Hello and welcome back to the Banco Casino for more coverage of one of our featured final tables. This time it is the Slovak Poker Championship with a €150,000 guarantee, playing for a top prize of €30,000. A couple of familiar faces to Slovak poker fans, with Ondrej Deset there in seat 4 and Igor Demon Panak in seat 7. I will be getting information on the rest of the players to you as we continue with the final table. So here are the chip counts, and Adam Carmen, who's a player that I'm interested to see playing today, with 108 big blinds, and having a look into his hand and mob, a formidable record over the last couple of months, with final tables in both the 3K and a 1.1K Kings of Tallinn event. Also came 55th last week in the Hand and Mob Championship, and won the Polish Poker High Roller in August for 13K, and then came second in Novogorica in the 1K over there. So he's been on a bit of a tear, and I'm looking forward to see what sort of standard of poker he brings to the table. I imagine he's going to be one of the stronger players on the table. Apart from that, you have Marius Rusu from Romania, who is in second in the chips with 54 big blinds. And looking into his hand and mob, looks like he started playing fairly recently, and he's been playing all sorts of mid to high stakes events and has had some success as well, with 34,000 in cashes over basically just the last 6 months of play. Nemlich in third position from Israel, slightly less experienced, but looking forward to seeing what he's got to bring to the table. Most of his live cashes have come from the lower stakes live tournaments in Rozvadov, and of course a run in the Banco Casino Masters about a month back. So as we go around the table, just going to get the individual names and chip counts. That's Muller from Austria with 1.2 million. In seat 3, that is Adam Carmen, who looks like he's from Australia via his hand and mob, and he's the current chip leader with 108 big blinds and a commanding lead coming into this final table. A player that needs no introduction to you guys, Andre Deset in seat 4, sitting slightly shorter, but has all the skills and the experience to make a run at it, I'm sure. Looking forward to seeing how he plays. Just a mainstay that you see across lots of final tables in Banco Casino. That was Marius Rusu, the Romanian, there in seat 5. Currently got 6.6 million chips. And Fleslandrel, if I can pronounce his name correctly, the player in seat 6. Not a lot of information on him online. Oh yeah, he's a German player with just 11,000 in live cashes, and his last recorded live cash was back in 2016. Igor Panak there in seat 7, known as Demon Online, used to be a very successful online player back in the day. He's sort of transitioned to live over the past few years. I've been speaking with him many times from him playing in Rozvadov and across the sort of Central European circuit. And he's been due a win because he's had a lot of 10th, 15th, kind of last 2 table finishes over the past few years. And I think it'd be nice to see him get one over the line today. If he can get a top 3, that would be a good boost to his bankroll and just overall confidence. Over there in seat 9, Henning Nielsen from Denmark as well. Making up the numbers. Looks to be a semi-inexperienced player from, just a handful of cashes across Rozvadov, Las Vegas, and Dublin, making up his hand and mob. So there you see all the players guaranteed 2.2 thousand euros at the moment, with 30,000 euros up top, and a fairly top-heavy structure going from 1st to 9th there. So let's see how things get underway. Interested to see what the standard's going to be like, of course. Slightly bigger buy-in level than the usual ones, I believe, with 200 plus 25 being the main event entry. So usually we see the Banco Masters here at that 170 buy-in level. So let's see if there's any kind of difference in the skill level with that small 50% increase on the buy-in. So no one with any playable hands as of yet. Nielsen here in the hijack will certainly be interested with his King Queen. 120k big blind level. Probably going to see some sort of min raise here. Yeah, it does indeed put it up to 255. Looks like Turner wants to get out the way there. Just the 10 bigs facing the hijack open. And interesting to note that the hijack is opening into both the chip leader in the small blind and a strong player in Andre Deset in the big blind. So likely to be a slightly stronger than usual range. So not interested in jamming that ace-7 suited there, just electing to fold. I think that's a reasonable play. There's a couple of super short stacks as well. I know Igor Panak there looks like he's got about 5 big blinds. So interesting flop. Andre flopping an open-ender with a backdoor flush draw, and Nielsen not flopping anything at all. Usually a board that will really favour the big blind, but in this situation, Andre is not going to be defending hands like 6-3 off and maybe even 6-4 off, just because he wants to avoid collisions when there are multiple other short stacks at the table, which will allow him to get a pay jump. And I really don't like Nielsen's decision to c-bet this board. He does go for a very small size, though, just targeting some snap folds. It's obviously unlikely to work in this exact situation, as Andre has an open-ender with the backdoor flush draw, and he does continue. So going to a turn, the 4 of spades could be a nice card for Andre to lead. He's going to have all sorts of suited 4x that Nielsen just isn't going to have. And it could be a nice spot here to... You don't need to go too big on a final table where the situation allows you to pressure your opponent with smaller bet sizings, because chips are just so much more valuable at this stage of the tournament. So yeah, this is a great play from Andre, deciding to lead into the opponent, and he does go for around a third pot as I suggested. Nice play, and Nielsen now just left with nothing to do here, decided to bet all of his hands on the flop as a range bet, and by the looks of it, he knows the game's up. He doesn't even have a spade that he could like float and then bluff a rivered spade or something like that. It's just not a situation he wants to put any more chips in, and a nice play from Andre, just picking up on that slight advantage being shifted in his direction after the middle card pairs. And he does eventually let it go after a little bit of a Hollywood-worthy acting performance with the king high. Could literally be dead there. And well played, Andre Deset, picking up a nice medium chip pot. A flush handle there. Whoa, as you see, little movement in the eyes, just out of kind of sheer disbelief more than anything else, as he picked up the chips, picked up his cards there and addressed the 2 queens. Just a good little thing to note and to watch how these guys react on final tables. Because if you'd have been paying close attention to him there, obviously we have the beauty of being able to see the whole cards. I think if you'd have not been able to see the whole cards, you'd have still been able to work out that he quite likes his hand. Does open to 250. Adam on the button there with 4-3 suited. With the ICM, these are hands that you can decide to VPIP in some way, shape, or form, because your opponent is going to be very honest post flop. You're going to get checked to a lot and be able to steal a reasonable frequency. You know, like let's say a flesh handle under the gun here has opened with, you know, a hand like ace jack suited, and the board comes middling cards. The board comes a low paired board. Adam there on the button with the chip lead, he's not going to get squeezed behind that often, and he is able just to go for this kind of pre-flop float maneuver that comes into play on final tables, where you expect that your opponent is going to have less of a c-betting frequency. So something good to add to your arsenal when you are a chip leader. If you're watching in the future, this kind of play is very powerful because it just gives you a lot of options post-flop that you wouldn't otherwise have. you're going to find that your opponent's going to play very honestly against you in these kind of situations. And unfortunately for Filashandel, the big blind Russo from Romania coming in with the defend and flopping top pair. I think this is a board that you still want to be continuing with all of our range, just for a really small size. On the FT, you don't need to bet more than 150k here. You know, some sort of 20% sizing. Still want to get value from 9x, 8x, Jack 10, hands like 6, 7 even. Backdoor heart draw, you know, a hand like, you know, let me think. What even is a backdoor heart draw that he would defend here? He's probably not defending Jack 6 with the Jack of Hearts, but yeah, 8 on the turn is going to be a card that we're going to see a check here, I think, quite a lot. Mate Turbo says, I like that bear. We like it too. That's the lucky mascot for Andre, that's for sure. And it does indeed go check on the river, and Rusu now electing to go for a small-ish bet, something around the region of 350k, I believe. 225, okay. And I don't mind this if you believe that your opponent is going to be incapable of finding bluff raises, because, yeah, and he does just get paid off, and it kind of looked like exactly what it was, didn't it? I guess the worst hand that Russo is going to bet there is going to be a king, and just targeting that 10-10, Jack-Jack, Queen-Queen range that would potentially bet flop, check turn, and call a small sizing on the river. At a more advanced level in poker, you betting this sizing would leave you exposed to getting bluff raised, and I think the Queen-Queen there would have been a reasonable candidate with the flush completing, and the sizing there from Rusu. Just I don't think he's repping enough to be able to call an all-in that often. So it would have been a bit of a boss play to shove, but you know, you can accept it. You can understand that it's going to be difficult to find those counterintuitive plays on an FT like this, especially if you've, you know, somehow run into a boat and feel like a bit of a wally, as, you know, Igor there is sat next to Act with about 5 big blinds, and they're currently on a pay jump of €1,200. So definitely something that needs to be of concern. And friend of mine, Igor, there, just running into it and not having the best year or so of run good, that's for sure. Coming up short a lot, and I really hope that he finds something here, because he's going to be getting at least one caller in Nielsen, sat there waiting with the ace-king under the gun +2, like a hawk, and he just decides to rip it, and I like this move. No point sticking around, coming in for a cold call. Oh, there's 1-7 gone as well. Just gets goes from bad to worse for Igor. No point coming in for a cold call and then someone behind decides to rip in jacks or tens, and then, you know, you've got to be deciding on your tournament life with ace high when there's other short stacks lurking around. So ripping it is the correct play. You do get hands that might consider jamming behind to fold, or at least put the decision on them. So 17%, as we've seen, one of the 7s gone. We might have seen another one gone, actually, if it's going to be that low, the percentage. I didn't quite see some of the other folded cards. And King, Queen, Queen all but seals the deal there for Panak. Going to need some kind of backdoor Jack-10 chop or a heart. And a queen on the turn is going to mean that he needs a queen to chop the pot, where it'll be quads on the board, the ace playing as the kicker. So what's the river? It's the 6, and that's the end of Igor's run, cashing for €2,250. And another unfortunate 9th, 10th kind of place finish for him. And unfortunate to see that. a look of bemusement almost as he left the table, and I know how that feels. I've definitely been through spells like that in live poker. You know, where you feel like you're playing good cards, and it just sometimes happens that you end up on that run of bubbling things, you know, coming 10th, 9th, 8th, where, you know, all of the big money, as you can see here in the payouts, is up top, you know. You'd have to get, you know, 10 ninth place finishers to cash more than second in this tournament. So those do add up and those do hurt, and there's definitely a burn as a live tournament player that you go through when you bust out in those kind of situations, and you think what could have happened, but you know, more times than not you've had some reasonable fortune as well to make it that far. So you've got to look for a balance in your approach to how you assess the situation. Adam, the chip leader here, picking up the ace-jack and the hijack. Lovely spot to open. Doesn't even need a hand as good as ace-jack. He's just going to be really pumping the pressure on these guys from the get-go. As I told you earlier, his Hendon mob looks like he's been on an impressive run, and interesting to see how he approaches this final table. No doubt going to take the bull by the horns, and ace-jack getting him in the mix for his first VPIP of the final table. Fleshandel here with king-queen offsuit in kind of an awkward situation versus someone who's got license to be as aggressive as he wants against him post-flop. It is a hand that does play well post, and I think certainly one that he wants to VPIP, but you know, shoving is also an option. He's only on 16 big blinds. He is one of the shorter stacks. And he does go for the shove, and I like it. I wasn't expecting him to find that after the rather tamely played Queen-Queen in the previous orbit. However, he does find the jam, and this is an interesting spot for Carmen now, as he might expect that you know, a recreational player isn't going to be that light in this kind of situation. And so what's the bottom hand that he might shove? An ace-jack. Hijack versus small blind, you know, you're usually fairly happy to go with. But on an FT situation, you're usually going to give a little bit less credit to people finding these rejams. So ace-jack is actually not a brilliant spot to be in whatsoever, as you do want to maintain your dominant chip lead. And, you know, it's not all about finding those, you know, sort of early to mid-tournament play standard raise calls, because there are other things to think about on the final table. How's it going to affect the dynamic? How's it going to affect what you can do to your opponents later on? He does elect to throw in what seemed to be a reluctant call with the ace-jack, but he is going to see the slightly good news. He's a reasonable favourite. $9-7-4, no help to Fleshandel there, who is going to be looking for some Broadway in the form of a king-queen or even a jack or a 10 just to give him some kind of sweat, and that is no help with the 8 of diamonds. Looking for a king or a queen only. We've seen one folded. 5 outs to stay alive. He's getting the coat on. He's trying to get that extra bit of equity, but it's the ace of diamonds on the river. We're down to 7, and Adam Carmen adds to his already humongous chip lead, playing for that 30,000 top prize. Unlucky to Fleshandel there, and we see 2 bust outs in 2 hands. So already down to 7 and getting towards the business end of the tournament. Fleshandel is eliminated in 8th for €3,000. 3,500 euros, I beg your pardon. 5,000 euros now, the guaranteed prize to the 7 remaining players. Two quick folds, and we are back with the chip leader, Adam Carmen. Queen 2 off, I think, is a little bit of a stretch. Definitely wants to be aggressive, but, you know, having the deuce is going to be blocking a lot of the immediate folds of your opponents. And, yeah, just not really much playability there with Queen 2, with slightly too many players left to act. It's not like you're going to get complete free reign of the action. So folds to, I believe, the small blind. Nemlik. He seems interested. He's just going to min raise it to 255 with the Queen 4 off. Interesting play. Don't really think that this kind of move puts any pressure on your opponent whatsoever. They just get to kind of continue their entire range in position, and you're not really going to steal the pot enough for this to merit being a play. I think it's nicer to, you know, work in some limps, or maybe work in some slightly bigger ISOs that put your opponent to a little bit more of a pre-flop test. As you see here, 6-4 suited, obviously not that low down, but just an easy continue here for Nielsen, and makes his life a little bit too easy, I think, with the min plus raise blind v blind. As we see a turn card, Nielsen now picking up a flush draw, and Nemlik, kind of with that very wide blind versus blind option, now feels compelled to come in for the second barrel because he's got like a blocker to the river diamond. Gets snapped once again, and doesn't like that club on the river, goes for the quick check, and I think Nielsen's going to have to come in for a little bet here and try and steal this one. He's got 6 high, he's missed his backdoor flush draw. His opponent now showing some weakness on the river. Does he have the balls to take this one down? I think any size will do it. Seeing the line of your opponent so far, you know, it doesn't really seem consistent with that much of a strong hand. I think a King X is still going to bet the river. Blind v blind, ranges are a lot wider. So I think if Nemlik had a hand like King Queen King Jack, Ace King, he's going to definitely bet the river. He's not going to check any of his 2 pairs. You know, is he really going to bet twice with the flush draw and then check a made flush on the river? Probably not. Just kind of left with absolutely nothing, and whew, nice balls there from Nielsen, who takes it down, rifling out just under half pot and hoping for the snap fold, which he was delighted, of course, on the inside to see his opponent flick those ones into the mat. Kind of a subdued atmosphere at the table as you look across. I don't know whether it's being the 3rd day, a little bit of fatigue starting to set in. But I like the confidence of those 2 players in seat 3 and seat 4, Andre Dessert and Adam, the chip leader. You know, nice posture at the table. Look focused, look ready. Also seat 5 there, Marius. You know, not crouched over, not holding the tension in the shoulders. These are good little things to adopt when you do play live poker, just to give yourself that best chance of playing at a high level. Rusu there, missing the Ace-7 off open in the cutoff. I think that's a little bit too tight. It's a good blocker on an FT once you've got the chip leader away, just to open in, and does allow Nemlik to find the open with 10-9. Don't think Nielsen's going to be wanting to do anything with the Jack-8 offsuit, so we get round to Eric in the big blind, Ace-5 off. Got a shove. Any ace versus a button open just has to go in. Here's the short stack now, and yeah, I just don't think we can be waiting around for any more pay jumps. You've locked up 5k. An ace versus a button open is going to be in reasonable shape. And on this occasion, you know, his opponent is going to have raise folds, you know, and there's a chance that your opponent will fold a hand like Ace-7 or Ace-6 in this situation. And that's a very painful fold. Yeah. Just a little bit too tight. I understand that he knows that, you know, there's an opponent on his left who's short as well, but ace-5 off there versus a button open. Someone that you've just seen open blind v blind, bet 2 streets and check fold the river, likely to be, you know, finding a reasonable amount of aggression just even off that one-hand sample. So, you know, interesting. He does go for the fold there with the ace-5. I think that would have been better as an all-in. Obviously, we can see the cards, and it's easy to say that. But you know, if you think of the range that Nemlik there on the button is opening, a lot of it is going to just raise fold, or ace-5 off is doing okay. You know, even if he has a hand like king-jack suited, we're flipping, king-10 suited, flipping, queen-jack suited, flipping, queen-9 suited. You know, we've all got a small advantage against those kind of hands, and you block him having ace-jack, ace-king, ace-queen, you know, the snap pulls, the aces. So, yeah, just a little bit of final table pressure starting to set in. You'll see that as quite frequent here. Rusu didn't elect to raise the ace-7 off in the cutoff, but now decides that it's good to go with the ace-9 off, kind of a similar value hand, one position in front. Nielsen on the button just gets out the way. Definitely wants to allow Rusu and those 2 short stacks in the blinds to have some form of confrontation. And yeah, Muller was slightly shorter than Turner, but I still think that it's a situation where Turner should have jammed that ace-5. 8-5-5, not hitting anyone here. Going to probably see something like a 1 big blind bet from Rusu, just applying pressure, trying to find these snap folds. Oh, he just puts him in. Fair enough. That's also one way of doing it. And of course, nothing to be done there. Does look like Eric in seat 1 is on quite a run. One of his first big tournaments. I mean, his Hendon mob is only showing $377 worth of live cashes, and that was in a Kings tournament in June. So certainly going to be a huge situation for him. Andre here with the ace-5 suited open, pretty good play all in all. This is a pretty loose peel in the hijack from Nemlik. Ace-10 off versus a 20 big blind under the gun open. Just want to be folding that one as a pure fold, I believe. Versus someone you think is maybe a little bit out of line, you could use that as a 3-bet bluff, and I think the issue is here that Andre is thinking, well, this peel here actually kind of seems pretty strong versus my under the gun open. You know, he's probably going to 3-bet me with hands like kings and queens, but there's definitely going to be some hands like jacks, 10s, 9s, maybe even a slow played aces in there that you know, those jacks, 10s, 9s don't want a 3-bet call versus under the gun. And so, you know, he does flop that 5, but most of the other hands he's going to be up against are going to be ace-x, and having an ace himself kind of limits the amount of ace-jack suited, ace-10 suited, ace-queen type holdings that his opponent has. So not actually the best board for him. Does elect to go for a check call on the turn. He can still find some hands like Queen Jack suited, King Queen suited in there that his opponent may elect to start betting on the turn. And by the river, Nemlik is going to realize that his ace-10 is, you know, by far the best hand in this situation, and he can easily find a bet. Goes for that kind of milky, just under third pot sizing. And this is the situation where I just don't think that people end up finding enough bluffs. And, you know, the real boss man play here from Andre would be to jam, because I think that those traps in Nemlik's arsenal, the aces which we block, he's probably going to pure 3-bet all of his kings and queens. So the best hand is left with the jacks. And would jacks really go for the size? And would jacks check back the flop? You know, so seems pretty capped here to a 10x, and you know, he does size down the river in relation to his turn sizing as well. On the turn, he goes for, you know, a relatively meaty size for an ICM loaded situation. Now going for the 450. So Andre here maybe putting 2 and 2 together and realizing that if I jam here and turn my hand into a bluff, I might get a lot of credit for a hand like kings that can definitely play this way. Pocket fives can definitely play this way. Aces can definitely play this way. You know, even an ace-3 suited that you're going for the under-the-gun steal with using the blocker. Might have just taken a little bit too long now, though. Usually with your value, you're going to be, you know, making your mind up a little bit quicker than this, so that is certainly not a plus for him. And does end up making the discipline laydown, which is a good fold in the end. The check jam there would be very creative, and I'm not sure if it would have worked, to be honest. But certainly something to consider when your opponent, who is not like totally capped in that spot, but definitely doesn't have a lot of the hands that you still have after checking back the flop. So as we see here, the chip counts Adam Carmen with the 15 million, followed by the Romanian Rusu in seat number 5. Nemlik there from Israel that we've seen battling in a fair few of the hands. He's in 3rd position, and aside from that, at the bottom of the standings are Eric Turner and seat number 2, whose name that is just escaping me. We will find it back. Alfred Miller, of course. So Adam Carmen here in the small blind with the 10 deuce off. These are the hands that you mostly want to fold. You could maybe go for like a 2.8x steal or something like that. But again, just having that deuce doesn't lead it to being a great candidate to steal with, because you really want your opponent to have a deuce a little bit more often. You know, hands like 7 deuce, 8 deuce, 6 deuce, 5 deuce, 4 deuce, 3 deuce are just going to be snap folds. He does go for it though, I don't mind it. It is aggressive, but it should work quite often. Yeah, finds a good size as well. Just over 3x. Andre here with Jack 9. And yeah, just lets it go. Just realizes that the ICM of the situation is quite heavy. He's got 2 much less experienced players on his right that are just going to bleed down, and that kind of leaves him a little bit handcuffed there in that, you know, 5th out of 7th position. Queen 10 under the gun, a little bit too weak there in one of those sort of medium to situations. A 9 from Eric here. I think this one's got to go. Getting short now. It's 150k big blind. Just the 9. Sorry, just the 6.5 big blinds lets it go. That's another tight play from him. Time's kind of running out to make your move there, and missing jams like that is only going to cost you in the long run, because before you know it, the blinds are going to be coming around to you again, and it's going to be difficult to maintain any kind of position in the tournament. So again, just a little bit blinded by the lights, maybe the gravitas of the situation slightly getting to him somewhat. And Carmen again exemplifying some pretty decent poker, opening that slightly wider range that kind of does appear counterintuitive to a lot of people. Andre is out the way, and we are at Russo in the big blind. Got himself an 8-7 suited. Definitely want to be defending that one. Plenty of room behind. He's not going to be losing his position in the tournament. But I think we're just going to see a bet from Carmen here, who's going to bet his entire range on this kind of texture. And probably somewhere in the region of, 225k is reasonable here. Could even go 180. Bets 200, just another great size, and really like the way he's playing, and I was not surprised to see him playing so well after looking at his recent Hender Mob results. Been traveling around playing medium to high stakes tournaments. And Rusu here, yeah, he does have some backdoor stuff. He's got a 3 flush and a 3 straight, which are usually good candidates for a check raise, but I just don't think in this situation you want to risk running into anywhere near the top of Adam, the button's range there. Just going to favour you to, not allow yourself to get into such a big collision with such a weak hand. And that is the beauty of being a chip leader in these kind of situations. You can just chip away at those medium stacks whilst the shorter stacks naturally kind of blind themselves out of the tournament waiting for a premium hand. And it's definitely a good thing to be able to take advantage of that. Take advantage of maybe the fear that you're going to see your opponents show as you enter pots and play aggressively versus them. Slight dealer error there, but looks like it's been dealt with. And Nielsen there, I think his other card was the 9 of clubs, so he might have been robbed of the pocket 9s, but a hand that definitely goes down in value when you've got 3 stacks of under 10 big blinds. 2 quick folds there. And Carmen with the 6-4 off. Has this situation where the 2 shortest stacks are on his right, so whenever they fold, all of the other players at the table are under a severe amount of pressure now because they've already exited the pot. So if they enter the pot, then they're going to be the ones at risk. And let me just find those pay jumps for you. We get to Andre here. He's not going to give this one up, though. So just a clear jam versus a chip leader who's going to be opening basically the deck. So they've guaranteed €5,000, but 6th gets 6.5k, 5th gets 8.5k, and 4th gets 10.5k. Andre just sort of taking his time, but there's not really anything to think about here. He's going to be all in. No, he just calls. Wow, I mean, I don't know how he's done this, but he's managed to get away with absolute murder because Nemelik has got ace-queen, and then he finds a call as well. This is so bizarre. Both players should be all in. And, you know, Carmen flops the best of it now with his 7-4 off. And, wow, I just don't know. That's insane. Andre here flats off with 12 bigs on the button with ace-jack. You just can't really make this play. It doesn't win you any chips. You're going to be up against someone that's going to c-bet quite a lot, which means that you, by default, have to hit your hand. I guess what you might be thinking is that, well, if I run into a premium and the two guys behind me or even the chip leader, I can just get out the way. But yeah, just a little bit too passive there, just wanting to wait for ladders and not really identifying the fact that you know, you are going to see the chip leader there be so wide. So ace jack becomes a must shove. Because at the end of the day, with the top-heavy structure, you know, it's 30,000 to first. They've all guaranteed 5k at the moment, 6,500 for sixth and 8,500 for fifth. You know, if you miss spots like that too often, you're going to completely eradicate the majority of your chance to win the tournament, which is where all the money is. So, you know, there has to be some ICM considerations. Some considerations for, you know, wanting to outlast these two guys here, Eric and Alfred Muller, in seat 1 and seat 2. But, you know, overall, that doesn't mean that you should just start, you know, playing so passively with hands like Ace Jack. And Eric here really feeling his pain. I know what it's like to be at your first major final table. He really wants to shove, but I just don't think he's going to find it from what we've seen so far. He's missed about 3 or 4 chances to get a shove through. And his first big final table in live poker. I can feel his pain, but just another very, very tight fold there. And he does get away with it as Muller now puts in half his stack with the ace-king suited. Insane. And looks like Adam's got... Whoa! Chip leader picking up kings. And we saw an ace folded as well, so it just gets better and better for Mr. Carmen there in the hijack. Nielsen now in the big blind and just doesn't want to be doing anything here. Far too wide of a hand. I don't know what the hell he's thinking here. It's gone a guy who looks tight and has been quite tight so far, puts in half his stack. The chip leader has min 3-bet, and there we go. Finally gets out the way, and the money goes in ace-king suited versus kings. Muller there sat back in his chair, kind of thinking, well, wasn't expecting that one, but fair enough. Flop me the ace, then dealer. Couple of red ones for a sweat. Let's see it. Okay, there's some potential there. He's got the backdoor hearts. He's got the backdoor deuce 3. Some potential indeed. 6 of diamonds, not offering much, and the demeanor slightly turns into a audible sigh. Eric there, you can see in seat 1, really sweating this one. That gives him the pay jump. He'll feel like a genius now folding the ace-5 suited, but does earn him an extra 1,500 euro. He's going to be extremely happy with that, because obviously Andre Deset as well is short on the 1.4 million stack. And Adam Carmen just continues to run over this final table, taking us down to 6 players, with everyone locking up 6.5k. So left, we have seat 1, Eric Turner. Seat 3, your current chip leader, Adam Carmen. Seat 4, Andre Deset. Seat 5, Marius Rusu. Seat 7, Nemlich Uri. And seat 8 is Henning Nielsen from Denmark. That's your final 6 of the Slovak Poker Championship. And I think, let's get the predictions out there. I would be taking Adam at this point. He seems like the strongest player at the table. Got some great results. He'll be feeling confident from how he's been doing recently across the European live circuit. So my money's on him, but anything can happen in tournament poker. So, you know, a couple of poolers going against him, and you could see someone like Nemlik, like Andre, like Marius, come and steal that chip lead later on. Nemlik opening it up with the deuces. Yeah, I don't mind it at all. He's opening into Eric's big blind, who's just been playing extremely tight. Got to be going with the ace-jack in this situation, though. Come on, we've missed a few chances to get the money in, and yeah, this one would just be taking the biscuit a little bit too much to fold. Yeah, there we go. He finds it. Good lad. And just going to be a reluctant call there from Nemlik, hoping that his ducks have some chance, and they do. 53% of it, all in all. So Nemlik looking for a Kachichka, and Eric looking for an Asso or Jack. And, ooh, a little bit of fun there. A couple of diamonds, little backdoor flush equity, backdoor straight equity for Eric. Not out of the game yet, 32% to keep him in the tournament. Jack on the turn, up to 94. Now it's Nemlik looking for a deuce to get him the pay jump. A queen on the river, lovely stuff. So a double up for Eric, and someone with not a lot of final table experience. He'll be very happy there. That'll ease the nerves ever so slightly. Let's hope to see him come into this final table with a little bit more gusto than we've seen so far. It has been, I'd say, a touch on the more passive side, but you know, you can't really take that away from him. If it's your first final table, it's easy to get, you know, blinded by the lights a little bit, be a little bit feeling the heat of the camera on you as you try and make a couple more jumps and a bit more money. So he moves up to 12 bigs there, taking moving away from bottom spot, which is now occupied by Andre Deset. Nemlik now, after a little hit there, he's down to 22 bigs. Nielsen in seats 8, up to 3rd. And you have Rusu in seat 5 with 47 bigs. And Adam in seat 3 continuing to dominate the tournament on 117 lines. Andre 10-9 suited, clear last in chips, just going to be an all-in. The shove, good stuff. Rusu here is going to have to fold his ace-10, too many players behind. Too much of a risk for him to, you know, have to call here. Shoving is just a horrible option because he's not even that far ahead of Andre's range. You know, Andre isn't just going to like jam in any offsuit ace in this situation. He's going to still fold some of those. So, you know, ace 10 off, not even the best versus Andre, and you know, you've still got 4 players left behind you to go through. And ace 10 is a hand that easily can be dominated by, you know, a lot of hands like ace queen, ace king, 10 10, jack jack, king king, ace ace that could be lurking behind there. I think you're just going to have to let this one go. A nice discipline lay down there. That's a strong fold. And Nemlik now, he's got 3.4 million, so I think he's probably going to want to take this on because he's got less of a. He folds. Wow. Okay. So he folds the pocket eights versus the 9 big blind shove under the gun. I think eights is a good one to go with because Andre is going to jam hands like sixes, fives, fours, also ace 5, ace 4, ace 6, ace 7 suited, maybe even a king 7 suited just because of the big blind ante as well coming into play. So it's kind of the last chance that Andre's got with a little bit of fold equity to push one through there. And Nielsen on the button with the king queen. Also a reasonable hand because he is the kind of short. But the problem is for these two short to medium stacks is that they don't really want to collide with another short stack and swap positions. And Adam in the big blind here with the 9-7 suited. I don't think he's going to be doing anything about it. He just decides to slide those ones into the muck. And some well-needed chips there for Andre Deset, moving up to 11.5 big blinds. Manages to get his. This is the. You see, that's the power of the under the gun jam as well. He managed to get ace 10, pocket eights, and king queen suited, all to fold, which gives him a nice chance in the tournament, and just shows you the power of aggressive players in poker. You know, you're never going to win a tournament unless you're super lucky, without making a couple of plays that seem uncomfortable or counterintuitive to you. Nice fold from Risu there with the pocket fours. It can be easy to get a little bit married to hands like that on a final table. They just go down in value significantly. Nemlik here with quite an aggressive open with the ace-6 off, deciding to pop it up to 330k. Nielsen with queen 9 suited. He's got one short stack on the button behind him in Eric, who could easily jam and put him in a rough spot. You know, Carmen in the small blind, who could also squeeze if he peels and put him also in a tough spot. Carmen here has got an interesting hand to go for what would be a very polarized 3-bet. You know, he's got a king blocker, he blocks hands like ace king, king king, king queen suited, and he applies a lot of pressure to a medium stack, and we've seen already. And I don't know if Carmen has this information from his friends watching the stream, but Nemlik has definitely been one of the more active players on the final table. Yeah, this is just excellent poker. It's really nice to see this at the 225 euro buy-in level, finding those polarized 3-bet spots and using hands that make a lot of sense here. He's got a good blocker to hands that are going to rejam, which is going to be mostly king king and ace king. And he knows that his opponent is on the wider side. So it's just great poker once again from your chip leader, Adam Carmen, showing you why he is at the top of the pile in this tournament. Using aggressive plays, using plays that are both methodical and logical, and you know, picking up the chips where he can. Jack deuce suited for Adam in on the button. Going to be opening it up. And now Rooster in the big blind, just kind of disincentivized, I should say, to play a hand versus an aggressive chip leader. Someone playing well. He's firmly in second place at the moment. A couple of short stacks that he might want to navigate against. Does end up flicking a call here. The thing is, what are you really hoping to flop with a hand like 5-3 suited? Yeah, it plays quite nicely in a deep cash game where you've got some, implied odds, but you don't really benefit from earning chips in this situation. And what I mean by that is, let's say he flops a miracle 2 pair or something where that's going to happen like less than 10% of the time. He is going to win some chips in that situation, but he's going to go from maybe 6 to 10 million. He's still going to have the chip leader in that position. He's not going to have improved his situation enough to warrant the fact where most of the time he's just going to bleed chips out of position versus someone that has the reign to be extremely aggressive versus him. So, these kind of low one gap suited hands that you might think, oh, I should probably defend that, are actually not going to make it in, I believe, into a big blind defense strategy on a final table. Much better to just navigate, try and avoid the chip leader, and pick your fights with other guys at the table who are going to be a lot easier to control or manipulate into doing actions that you want them to do. Adam's not going to do anything there but apply pressure to you with, and all you're going to make with a hand like 5-3 for the most part is some kind of bottom pair, middle pair, weak straight draw, weak flush draw, and all of those kind of outcomes are just going to bleed you chips out of position. Lovely play from Nemlik there, defending the ace-ace, and this is a great way that you can kind of counter the chip leader here by working in hands as a defend instead of, raising and making it obvious. Also doesn't really want to shove in this situation. So plumping that ace combination into the defense is nice. You're going to get a very high percentage c-bet, probably even 100% from your opponent, who's just going to chip away at you whilst you have 2 other short stacks at the table. Knows that most of his bets are going to get a lot of folds, and just with the check call there, lovely play with the 1 heart. Not too worried about a heart peeling off, just adds equity to his hand. It's still a board that isn't like that scary. There are some straight draws and flush draws there, obviously, but I'm not really behind that much on a board like Queen 7-9 two-tone. Queen completing the top pair, making trips, and that's going to go check-check. And an inconsequential 5 on the river, so let's see if Nemlik here can find another check. That would be interesting. Kind of leaves the door open for Adam maybe to consider putting him to the test. Looks like he wants to bet though. Maybe targeting some 9x, pocket 10s, jacks. Here's the chip leader. He's going to have those hands a lot less frequently in his range than usually because of just how wide he's opening, how many hands that he's entering the pot with. So, yeah, Nemlik this time going for the bet and getting quite a quick fold there. Been interesting to see if Nemlik had found the triple check out of position there. That would have been quite a sexy line. Gives your opponent maybe some ideas that their bet check bet line could see some could earn them some dividends, but you know, obviously never folding a hand in that situation that strong. Adam, ace-3, easy open, got a good blocker. Everything's looking good for him. Opens it up and gets a couple of folds. Takes it down and increases his chip lead. Just continuing to absolutely dominate the FT. Did get a little bit lucky in that spot. Pick up kings versus the ace-king of the 7th place finisher. All current players have locked up 6.5k. Oh, an Andre Deset here running into the king-king of Nielsen, ripping the ace-10 suited for his last 10 bigs, and Nielsen now tending to look like he's got a tough spot, hoping to, you know, have some kind of influence in getting Eric to come along in the big blind, who finds the pocket jacks, and he's, you know, one of the tightest players I've ever seen at the final table. If there's anyone that can get away from this spot, it is going to be Eric. But I don't think we can, to be honest. I don't think so. I still think that Nielsen's going to shove hands like 10s, 9s, 8s. There's going to be obviously a lot of ace-king in there. There's going to be a lot of ace-queen. The odd king-queen suited as well. And let's see what he does here. Does he manage to get away from it? So if he wants to, it would be an unbelievably good fold. Wow, he folds. What a boss. What a boss. The ICM at this point is not entirely significant, I would say, because the pay jumps between 6 and 5 and 5 and 4 are exactly the same. They're 2k, 2k apiece. So I think I'd have taken the chance on Andre Deset charging into the lead with the flopped ace, as Eric Berner there in suit 1 Will feel like he's dodged a bullet. The king on the turn seals the deal. Wow, what a roller coaster of a ride that was. Andre running into both kings in the small blind and jacks in the big blind. And little slightly bit of an awkward bump there with the toothpick on the way out. Just to kind of cap off a roller coaster hand there. Jams the ace-10, finds the ace on the flop, and king on the turn seals the deal for him. So really unfortunate way to bust. And we see him come sixth for 6,500 euros. And wow, Eric Turner has been dodging bullets like the best of them. Phil Hellmuth-esque, his performance in seat number one. He's up to guaranteed fifth for 8.5k. And just continues to manage to get out of jail by making tight folds and earning more money. That seems to be the way to go then. Tight is right, ladies and gentlemen. Quickly folding the deuces under the gun.
One price that show my cards. Two guys were all in. Pocket nines and pocket threes. And I voted pocket threes. Face up and you know. Elbows, jack and
Looks like we had a lot of Andre Deset fans, as I see 50 of you have left following his bust out. Unfortunate run for him. Still though, takes some decent money, and we'll be seeing him at another final table very shortly, that's for sure. Emlich here with the ace queen of hearts, opening it up under the gun. Makes it 350 to go. Nielsen in the cutoff. Really be seeing him enter the pot. He doesn't. Rusu now in the big blind. With the pocket nines, can go a couple of ways here. Jamming is okay. Defending is the tighter option, but he does elect to just call. Jamming's quite nice because, you know, your opponent is pretty active and you're going to see him fold a lot of hands like King Queen off, Ace Jack off, maybe Ace 10, just loads of hands that you're kind of flipping against and are going to be in a tough position post flop, especially on boards like this. King King 10, going to probably see a bet from Nemlik when check to. He's got a backdoor flush draw, and yeah, he just does take it down with one bet, which kind of is another reason for five-handed nines versus what is essentially the hijack there. For 20 bigs effective, just wanting to rip that one in, I think, for the most part. Identifying the fact that Nemlich has been one of the most active players on the table. Carmen here coming in for another open with the 10-deuce suited. Seems reasonable. And Nemlik here with the fives is going to rip it in. I love the play. Just really taking advantage of that wide chip lead open. And fives obviously going to be playing absolutely fine against that. See someone just recognizing the fact that Adam here is going to be really super wide, so you know, don't shy away from jamming it in, even if it feels like a lot of chips there, piling in 4 million at 150 big blind. Versus his range, you're just going to get so many folds, so no reason not to. Nice little sort of 3 big blind pickup if you include the ante and the small blind, 3.5 big blinds. It's going to work a whole host of the time, even if he does call with a hand like ace queen, ace king, ace queen. You know, you're going to have 50%. Worst case scenario, you run into an overpay and you've got 20%. So that's not to be scared in these kind of situations. And Carmen here facing the big blind defend from Nielsen. Odds to Jack 8. Probably going to see another small bet from him. Looks like he's been sort of serving, volleying a lot, you know, opening fairly wide range and then with a C bet. Does indeed elect the bet, and this one won't be working versus Nielsen's top pair. A check call from Nielsen, and we're going to see Adam probably slow down now. He's turned some showdown value. He's ahead now of Queen Jack, Queen 9, some Deuce X, some diamond draws, maybe even some ace high floats. So no real reason to bet or to even turn this hand into a bluff so far. 9 on the river, great card for Nielsen, rivering 2 pair. And Adam now with that 8. Oh, and discipline check from Nielsen there. Just a snap check back from Adam, of course, who just had the 8. But if he'd have bet there with the King 9, it would have been interesting if I would have found a shove. Carmen under the gun, ace king off. Apart from the kings, first super premium hand we've seen him hold. Pops it up to 350. Nemlik comes in there with heel on the button. Nielsen once again, you know, looking quite interested with a fairly speculative holding. We've seen him fold this situation after he's kind of acted like this for the most part. How are we going to see him act now? Is he going to come in for a heel? No, I like his decision. Could be a nice hand for a 3-bet as well, but maybe just a little bit apprehensive to get into a spot versus the chip leader there. 5 in the window, and this is what I was talking about earlier when I said that tournament poker can really just swing against you even after you've ran pretty good to get to the final table. Looks like Carmen here is, you know, going to lose his stack the vast majority of this hand, or at least should I say double up Nemlik on the 4.4 million for stack to pot ratio. Just a couple of big bets going in, and that will see the tides turn in Nemlik's favour. Let's go for a bet. He's got that ace of clubs as well, and a call from Nemlik, because he knows that, you know, Adam is going to have a wide range of hands in this spot, so not too worried about anything really getting there. Even if a club comes on the turn, it's not the end of the world. Just doesn't really have a bad turn card for himself. 6 of spades. And Adam mulling over his turn decision here. I don't think he's going to be up against that many better hands. His hand does, you know, benefit from some protection. Still a lot of worse hands that can call him. Any worse King X, any King X of clubs, of course. You're going to have some hands like 6-7 suited, maybe the odd 8-7 suited in spades. He does like to bet 1.1 million, which if it were to be called would leave 3.8 in there with 3 behind effective. And Nemlik going for that, you know, rather kind of weak means strong look of worry, look of confusion, look of, oh God, what now? You know, which can make your opponent, if you do this at a high level, certainly think that you're a little bit weaker in your holding than you are. And Adam goes for the bet call on the turn, ace king up against 5s, and he's just completely dead. Nemlik sees the good news there. It's going to be the jack of diamonds on the river. Nemlik now up to 9.8 million, and Adam, the chip leader, unfortunate for him to run into the set. A nice celebration there from Nemlik, who has definitely showed some mettle. He's played quite well so far. Gets rewarded with flopping middle set versus the chip leader's ace king on a king 5-3, and that's all she wrote sometimes. So that kind of first big major change in Adam Carmen's runaway lead now, as Nemlik gets the full double up. He's on 10 million and he's going to be yapping at his heels. Eric Turner is in last with 7 big blinds. He's made a couple of tight folds and has been paid off quite well, but you have to feel like his run in the tournament is going to come to an end fairly shortly, as you know, you can't just make those kind of folds and win a tournament very often. You know, the best you usually are able to do is maybe ladder up to a 5th or a 6th, which is obviously where we are at the moment in the last 5. Adam in seat 3 has obviously been quite impressive. Marius in seat 5. Haven't seen an awful lot of him, but seems like he's got a good idea of what he's doing. Nemlik in seat 7. The wild card from Israel definitely is a bit looser than most players, but again, understands the game pretty well, and Henning Nielsen as well. Seen him interested in making a couple of very balmy moves and then eventually finding the fold. So everyone's got a bit of game out of the last 5 that we've seen left. Rusu here with the 7s under the gun. Just going to open it up. And ace-4 off here versus Rusu, who's now 3rd in chips, who has 2 much shorter stacks than him. Another candidate for a 3-bet that's just going to look very strong from the big blind. Does elect to call, and we go to 6 deuce 5, which is an interesting flop. Both players aren't going to mind it. Obviously, Rusu with the overpair, Carmen with that ace-4 has the bottom end of the gutter. And I think you want to see Rusu here, if I'm him, betting at least 600k. And needs a lot of protection. Quite a natural hand that you're going to want to get a lot of folds with. So 375k to go. And Carmen here might fancy his chances with the check raise. Would be quite nice to have a club in there at least, especially the ace of clubs would kind of block the stronger draws from your opponent's range. He identifies the fact that, yeah, he does have the 3 deuce, the 4-3 here a little bit more often than his opponent. He's going to have more sets as well at the full frequency his opponent isn't. Does elect to just peel one off. He realizes that the ace high can also be the best hand from time to time. Well, a very quick check back there from Rusu shows signals of a man that is maybe a little bit intimidated by the situation, and just elects to take those 7s to showdown value to showdown there. I think that he could have maybe squeezed out one more bet at some point in that hand. And Adam, after a slight knockback, takes another one there. Rusu now sort of coming up to take him as well. And that chip lead that once was over double second is now getting eaten away into a little bit. But he's not going to worry. It's still a great spot for him. Short stack on his right there, which allows him to apply pressure to the other players once he folds. And things are all hunky-dory. You can't really expect to win every hand in a tournament run. Ooh, Adam now, after a couple of knockbacks, finding the Queen versus Nemlik, just opening up 8-6 off. This is mad wide from the Israeli player there. Comes in for the 3 bets up to, and obviously any size there is going to get rid of Nemlik with the 8-6 off. A little bit pesky going for a long range steal there. I quite like his idea. I think he's thinking, look, we've got the chip leader in the small blind. This is a situation in which, you know, I can apply a lot of pressure to him. I'm not going to get 3-bet that often. The other players do all seem a little bit hesitant to enter the pot. You can just see from the body language of Eric there in seat 1. He's kind of a little bit worried about the situation, a little bit intimidated by entering the pots. Seat 5, Mario again, you know, just snap checking back the 7s on the turn, where his opponent didn't really have an awful lot of Jack X in a flop continue, so shouldn't really be worried too much about that. But just people making snap actions on final tables, you can learn from that as you play live poker tournaments as well. It usually means that they're a little bit nervous, a little bit anxious, a little bit too quick to make decisions in situations where, you know, no one's going to penalize you for taking as much time as you like. And you're only ever going to make a mistake by acting quicker than you are if you just take a couple of moments to assess the situation. So, good thing to note. Jacks for Nielsen here under the gun, easy open, 5-handed. Going to be loving this situation. And Eric once again finds a fold and comes over to Carmen here on the button with the King-10 off. Versus a kind of a snug hijack open. This hand may be a little bit on the wider side, just from what we've seen from Nielsen so far, but he doesn't like to go for that kind of pre-flop float routine where he knows that his opponent's going to be quite face up and honest post-flop, and he can maybe take a few more pots than he would be able to at the sort of early to middle stages of a tournament. And Rusu here in the small blind looks like he's got the weight of the world on his shoulders as he mulls over his decision with 9-7 suited. Not really needing to enter this pot, as you've already seen another medium stack open and a flat from the chip leader on the button. So just want to get out the way of that. It looks like he's starting to feel the heat a little bit of this final table. Nemlik also comes in for the ride with the 7-4 suited. It's quite a nice hand. Not going to be dominated by your opponents that much. And, you know, when you do flop your part of the board, per se, you're going to have the best hand the majority of the time. Flops himself middle pair. Nielsen with the overpair and the Jack of Spades. And I'm very interested to see how Nielsen plays this one. Both of his opponents are going to have somewhat of a suited heavy range. Having that Jack of Spades is kind of handy. Definitely blocks a couple of the flushes that you're going to be up against. But you know, even if you put 1 bet in here and face resistance, you're not in a comfortable situation at all. And just to get the snap fold from the chip leader on the button, that was certainly going to make him feel a little bit better about the situation. Nemlik now with the middle pair, kind of that awkward one that I was talking about with those low suited gappy kind of combos. You're just going to flop a lot of these kind of hands. And Nielsen there shows the Jack of Spades as if he was bluffing. Only we know he wasn't. to Adam in the cutoff now. Things have evened up somewhat, so doesn't want to start to be as aggressive as Queen 7 offsuit. I like his decision making there. Rusu not finding the King 3. Nemlik with the same Queen 7 as we saw Adam have there, and he wants to come in for a limp, getting quite a nice price with that big blind ante. Needs to call 0.5 to, potentially play for a pot of 3 big blinds, which by that maths would mean that he'd only need to win the pot about 17% of the time to break even. And I think versus a player like Nielsen, he's going to be able to see a flop a fair amount of the time, maybe take a stab at it, and a situation that should work for him. And flopping middle pair here with not a lot of backup. And I think these are situations that you tend to see people just bet a little bit too often. Your opponent is still going to have some King X in his holding. He's going to have some 10-9. He's going to have some strong flush draws. And if you do get called, like, what's the plan on the turn there really with the Queen 7? It could be a nice one just to check. At least that gives you some sort of fairly strong hands in that checking range that will allow you to call any kind of aggression from your opponent. However, it looks like we're going to take a break. We'll be back shortly. Thanks for joining us for final table coverage of the Slovak Poker Championship. I will see you very soon. Bye-bye. Welcome back to Banco Casino. I'm joined by the legend Fedor Holtz. How are you doing?
Hey, pretty good. Having fun.
Yeah?
Yeah, for sure.
I wanted to ask you about that spot with the Jack 10 where you raised the river there. Was there some live tells going on with that hand?
No, I just thought it's good enough for value against Reiner, so...
Yeah, a little bit of a capped range with the small sizing.
Exactly.
Yeah, okay. Well, interesting because a couple of guys on the Twitch chat were asking about that one. Aside from that, how are you finding Bratislava?
Oh, I mean, we're having a really, really good time here, so
Yeah.
I'm loving it. Yeah.
And you think you'll be coming back in the future?
Most likely. I mean, it's close to Vienna, so I think everyone is having a really good time here. So.
And so, what's your involvement with Poker Code at the moment? Are you one of the coaches? It must be a lot of work.
Full time. So yeah, I'm one of the head coaches, and then also operationally as CEO. So lots of. I mean, it's basically my full-time job right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And aside from that, with the mental, you have the app as well, Prime Mind.
Yeah. Actually, our partner Elliot, like my coach, they're doing that full-time. So yeah, that's also running well. It's good.
We can be expecting to see you playing a lot of online and live as well, or is that less time for that these days?
Less online, I think. I mean, the bigger stuff, yeah, for sure. But I mean, in the week, it's just I'm too busy with Poker Code. But live, I'm looking forward to. I mean, this is fun and
it's great, right? I've met so many people that I know them online and I've seen their name, and it's just it's surreal. In terms of the Grindhouse too that you've got going on, how are these guys getting on? Are they doing well?
Oh man, it's I mean, it's just 2 weeks now, but it's amazing. It's really nice to to see them thrive, and like they're excited, there's this energy, and let's see let's look again in 3 months, 6 months.
And you wanted to bring them here just to give them a taste of what they're in for.
I mean, they gotta get in the live streets, and obviously also improve online. But then I mean, I think live poker is a nice balance. You always have something where you can come together. It's also nice because they can share, like travel to spots. You always have good people around you.
I was speaking to Kate, and she said it was really only just a concept for some online training content last year, and it's kind of evolved into something more. So what's next for Poker Code?
I mean, lots of ideas, and we try some concepts. We see what works, and then we evolve. So we definitely want to build out the online community. Yeah. I mean, community is our #1 thing. Yeah, so anything around improving the experience for people within poker, that's our credo. That's our mission. Is we just want to make poker a fun experience for everyone. Yeah. So like an event like this, I don't want 90% of the people to leave and be like, I lost money. It's more like 100% of the people leaving like, wow, this was an amazing event. That's our goal. Yeah.
Rather than the bad beat story from the main or whatever.
Exactly.
Yeah. And obviously a couple of the higher stakes players in the 550 as well, which is great for recreationals because you don't really get the chance to play for anywhere under, like a 5,000 buy-in with you and us or Stefan, and they're all in on the bubble as well earlier on.
I also think it's a nice mix. It's not that it's all pros, but it's like you have the occasional pro that's just in there. Like I saw they're bantering and they're talking to people, and it's kind of fun, but also it's a lot of players who just play for fun and have a good time.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thanks for the interview, mate.
Sure.
Good luck on the FT.
See you.
Cheers. Hello, welcome back to Banco Casino, joined by Rainer Kempe here, online and live professional. How's it been going so far?
Oh, the trip has been nice. Like poker-wise, it's been fairly disastrous, or as disastrous as it can be. But like outside of that, it's a smooth, fun, short trip for me. Nice to be back at playing live poker after.
Was it the first live event you've been to since the lockdown?
Since like February of 2019, was it?
Oh, wow. Yeah, okay. And how many bullets did you fire in the main, but going on behind us?
I got 2 in the main, 2 in the high roller,
yeah.
And I think there weren't that many other tournaments, right?
No,
so
exactly. And giving up on the high roller now?
They make me give up.
Really?
There's only a single re-entry, yeah. So.
Yeah. Okay. Unfortunate.
Decision is made for me.
And what was the bust out hand?
I got a 9s, 2 aces, and ace jack suited, 2 ace king suited. So yeah, those are fairly unfortunate. Nothing much I could have done, I believe, in these ones.
Yeah, I saw you had a couple of unfortunate spots. I think Kate decided to randomly bluff you as well. Did you see that? Do you remember that hand? Did she tell you?
That's a couple of my friends apparently enjoyed that hand, so I got like a couple of messages about that. Yeah, nice, fair play, nicely done by her. Like.
Yeah, exactly. An interesting combo to choose. No backdoor equity, but. Just
didn't fancy you for anything.
2 overcards in the backdoor straight. It's not even the worst one. Probably. If there was a backdoor flush with it, it might even be the one.
A bit nicer, yeah, for sure. And so what's next for you? And what's your involvement with the Poker Code guys?
No, I mean, I'm friends with a bunch of them, obviously, good friends with Fedor. My involvement is just showing up, basically, and like for the rest of the trip, my plans are probably mainly outside of poker. Just like there's a soccer tournament tomorrow, there's like a players party tonight, like these kind of things. Like good chance I won't touch cards anymore this trip.
No. And in terms of next, is it over to Millions in Cyprus or?
No, I'm skipping that because there's like a friend's wedding or something. Yeah, and then we'll see if we get to go to Vegas. Right? Well, it seems like there's still a few potential issues, but yeah, if I can go, I probably go for at least some of the.
So just focusing mostly on live, or are you playing much online as well? Because obviously it's the W Coupe final weekend.
I've been having a couple of lazy 24 months, kind of. Yeah, I played some Sundays. Yeah.
And any good results?
Like okay-ish, I guess. Nothing that really stands out, but like I guess I'm up overall, which is not the
That's ideal, right? Yeah, it's a pretty tough competition these days when everyone's been locked down running sims. So the football tournament, who's the favourites?
It's probably the grindhouse guys like Mario Moosbeck and them, because they all went like semi-professional soccer before they turned to poker, and those will be the team to beat. But I actually like our chances as well. We have a pretty solid team. You gonna follow?
Yeah. What time is it?
Early afternoon, I assume.
Okay. Yeah, I'll be there for sure.
Should be a good tournament. There's some good people showing up.
So outside of the casino happenings, plenty going on, the players' party tonight and the football tournament. Wish you the best of luck in that.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
Hello, welcome back to Banco Casino. I'm joined by Stefan Sontheimer. How are you doing?
All right. Just had a nice dinner at the buffet. So yeah, before just busted the main event, final table bubble boy. It's a little sad, but
was it the second chocolate cake for sort of like that disappointed post bust out meal?
Absolutely. Yeah. So I've seen before, like when looking at the buffet, that the chocolate cake was out and someone made it reappear. So I was happy for a couple of minutes. Now I'm sad. No, I'm not. It's like
some comfort in that. So what happened with the bust out, just to relive it?
Not too much. Actually, a buddy of mine, Yannis, jammed on the button, and like I found pocket fives and had a short stack. So I was supposed to go all in. I was flipping against Queen 9 off, and the turn got me. The river didn't help, and that's the end of the story.
That's the end of that. Unfortunate. So how are things going online at the moment? You're still grinding the Zoom 500?
I'm grinding all kinds of stuff. Like right now I have some trouble in Germany. Some people know about that there's new rules. So Zoom 500 I cannot play right now. But yeah, I'm mainly playing for making poker code videos. And I've actually spent last week in Austria playing some more high stakes from there on all kinds of sites. That was fun. And yeah, that's it mainly.
And how have the cash games been going here? I saw you jumping in the 5-10. It looked like a pretty fearsome lineup, to be honest.
Well, it was a very, very fun game. Like, I actually talked to someone, okay, this is a very tough 5-10. If you look at the playing, it was not tough at all.
Hello, welcome back for more coverage of the final table of the Slovak Poker Championship. €225 buy-in with a first prize of €30,000. As you can see, currently in that domineering first place position, Adam Carmen from Australia in seat 3 there. They've just done a chip race on the break, and he has seen Israel's Nemlik in seat 7 come to challenge him after flopping a cooler situation. It was the ace-king of Adam on ace 5-3 versus the 5-5 of Nemlik. All the money went in on the turn, and Nemlik had Adam drawing dead, so that moved him up to 9 million chips or so. Since then, Carmen has maintained his chip lead position. Rusu has been playing on the more conservative side in seat 5, and we have a short stacking Eric in seat 1, and Henning Nielsen recreational player from Scandinavia, sitting in seat number 8. So that's the lineup in the last 5. And without further ado, let's get down to it, shall we? King Queen suited for Rusu. Going to open it up. And King for Nemlik, who's had a great final table run so far, flopping that really important set. Not only the set, but the cooler flop. Now finds himself with a hammer hold on this hand. King versus King suited. He bets on the pretty reasonable size actually. Could probably go a little bit smaller on exactly a final table. And applying a lot of pressure to his opponent here, who he does have outchipped. Just because Eric sat there lurking in the small blind with... Oh wow, Rusu just rips it in with the King-Queen and runs straight into it. And wow, unfortunate timing. I was not expecting to see that, that's for sure. From Rusu, who's been very conservative on this final table. And they have just had enough of Nemlik, who was certainly someone who had a bit of pep in his step. One spade for Rusu on the flop. He's going to need a jack, maybe a spade, or maybe the jack of spades for the massive sweat. But at the moment, so far so good for Nemlik, and he has Rusu drawing dead, and a huge blunder there from Rusu, who eliminates himself in 5th after 4-bet jamming the King-Queen, running into kings, allowing Eric Turner, in seat 1 to get another 2K pay jump ladder. As you can see there, 10.5k guaranteed now. 2k pay jump there, which probably could have been Rusu's if he decided not to jam there, but it just had enough of Nemlik's aggression, and Nemlik, using his image to great success and great profit there in the end, manages to get a very loose play, which benefits him as he now moves up into the chip lead with 99 big blinds, 16 million in chips, and Adam Carmen for the first time is not in the commanding situation, having moved down to 2nd place, although still lots to play for. 22,500 for 2nd, 30,000 for 1st. All players now guaranteed 10.5k. And I believe it's 13.5 or 14, somewhere in that region for 3rd. Correct. Probably not going to be much to see here as Nemlik flops himself a flush draw versus Adam just with the naked gut shot. These are spots you can find kind of counterintuitive check raise from time to time. Just applying pressure on a range where your opponent is probably going to be betting almost all of his hands. And, target a couple of snap folds with like a min plus raise there. Does elect to think better of it, and I don't mind that move, to be fair. you'd have to find some real pep in your step to go for the check raise there. Eric here, you know, waiting for ages and now deciding to rip it in with 7-3 of diamonds. Sorry about that, was just updating the story for this. And now being left with a 7 or a 3 to remain in the tournament. Bit of a panic jam with the 7-3 into the chip leader in the big blind, and sees the bad news there, doesn't improve with his 7-3. Could have maybe waited one more, but I think he might have felt like, look, my time here is done. I've done very well to get top 4 after being short for the duration of the final table, and he does eliminate in 4th place for 10.5 thousand euros. He's going to be delighted with that. He never really had much of a chance to improve on that. So now all the players have guaranteed themselves 13.5k. Second, 20.5, and the Big Daddy first prize of 30,000 euros to play for. So Carmen opening 10-9 off, and Nemlik coming straight back for him with the 5-4 off. And wow, this kind of small, non-committed 3-bet. An interesting spot here. You don't really see this too often. This kind of like, I open to 350, my opponent makes it 800 from the small. It's kind of tempting to continue. And I think that getting this price in position, Adam will realize that, you know, maybe my opponent's up to no good, maybe he's got a nutted hand, but just giving me this price allows me to come in and I will see one. And Nemlik now flopping a gut shot with a flush draw. He's going to like this flop after 3-betting such a junky hand from the small. And Carmen also going to like this one as he improves the top pair with a 9-high flush draw. So somewhat of a mild cooler, I would say, considering the hands that both players got to the flop with. And a bet of 700k swiftly met by a call from Adam. 5 on the turn for Nemlik. He now picks up a pair, and you know, we have seen him be happy to swing it with the best of them. That Queen 4 off, kind of similar kind of ISO, blind v blind, goes for the 2 barrels. Here, at least he's got some form of equity. Now picks up a pair along with his gut shot and his flush draw. And he bets, oh, he bet 1.1, not 2.2, sorry. Wow, backdoors trips. Oh no, the ace of spades. Sorry, it looked like the reader had said that that river was the 5 for the time. Yeah, it is the 5. That is the 5 of clubs. So Nemlik out of absolutely nowhere. Min click 3-bets 5-4 off from the small blind. Barrels flop, having flopped basically as good as it's going to get. And runs himself into backdoor 5s. Now fires out some sort of half pot sizing. And I think really you want to go a little bit bigger than this. You've just got loads of like missed draws. Hands like ace jack with the jack of diamonds, ace queen with 1 diamond, king queen 1 diamond, queen jack 1 diamond, and that is some showmanship there from Adam, who says, yeah, 5-4 off, nice hand, mate. Okay. Wasn't expecting to see that one at all, but definitely the demeanor of a professional there, taking that one in his stride and thinking, well, what the fuck did I just see there? That was out of line, and he managed to find the miracle runner on the flop after Adam basically had him dead on the flop, and he does backdoor the trips. So another swing in the direction of Nemlik, who moves up into a commanding chip lead now, 23 million chips. That's going to be over half the chips in play. And yeah, showing a lot of aggression, showing a high VPIP there. You can see 53%, but definitely finding spots where he just doesn't really need to get involved. But it's managed to work out for him so far. Nielsen with the 5s. We are looking at 160k big blind at this point. So let's see what he elects to do in the small. Just under 40 big blinds effective. Probably a few too many chips to just pile in there. Would go for a limp jam. Yeah, I think it looks like he just doesn't really want to play post-flop poker with a jam like that, you know. It's actually not really going to achieve that much. You do just kind of tend to get called by better hands and maybe the odd ace-king, ace-queen, ace-jack suited type holding. A little indicator of maybe the stakes getting a little bit too rich for his blood. Might be feeling the pressure somewhat. Adam limping the small blind, Nemlik picking up another strong hand in the big blind, but electing to check back to pocket 8s. That is a rather interesting play. I would have expected him to be piling on the pressure. And a check from Adam, flopping middle pair. Nemlik looks down at his 8s that are looking pretty reasonable on this king 4-3 flop with 2 diamonds, even got the backup diamond for dessert as well. Chucks a bet of 300k out there around half pot, gets a continue, and the 5 of diamonds is the action card we were looking for. Just as Nemlik takes a big one off of Adam, Adam could be taking a big one off of his counterpart here, as he turns 2 pair and Nemlik improves to a pair plus flush draw. Again, interesting to note that his size down in relation to the pot was quite similar to the ace-10 versus Andre Dessert, if you recall that earlier on in the tournament, where you know, he obviously liked his hand more on a previous street, so bets less in relation to the pot, and that's a really strong sizing tell or read that you guys can look out for when you do play. Wow, Nemlik just gets away with another one, and Adam's just there thinking, what the hell can I do to beat this guy? He improves to 8s and 3s, Adam with the 5s and 5s and 4s, and ouch. Rough one there for Adam once again, who You know, these are really tough. Once you had the dominating chip lead for the majority of the tournament, you go into the final table. You can just see his demeanor there now, just sort of sat back in his chair a little bit more slouched than he was before. He looked very focused for the first. So let's hope he can find a way back in, opening the King 4 suited now on the bouton. And he'll be backed by the 8-7 off of Nielsen. Does elect to go for the call. And finally, something goes in the direction of Adam Carmen, who flops himself a flush. And he's going to get some action, because Nielsen does in fact have a flush draw with a gut shot. And a nice continuation size of just under a quarter pot there for Adam. Even turning the king to boot now. He could even use this one as a kind of a sneaky check back, but I still think that 9x is going to call the turn. You're going to find a lot of one heart hands in Nielsen's range. He does now block the strongest kind of hand that you could expect to see Nielsen turn up with, maybe a king of hearts that turns top pair. I still think that, you know, when we flop so well, we do want to start building a pot. So I do like his decision to continue and goes for another kind of medium sizing. I think versus a very good play, you'd want to start polarizing here. And on the turn, you're kind of saying, hey, I've got King X plus now. You know, am I really betting my black Jack here in the spot? Possibly, I guess. He could bet for that sizing. So he kind of goes for the middle of the road sizing, just allows him to bet a few more hands for value there, targeting like a 5x with a 9, targeting a 9x with those 10s, jacks and queens. If he did go for the sort of like pop bet, would be a little bit more saying, look, I've got a flush or a very strong king, or a set, or even aces or something like that. But you know, just going for that kind of smaller size and trying to glean some much needed value out of an opponent after he's had a bit of a rough one. Nemlik there with the 150 bigs, commanding lead, has 4 times the stack of both of his opponents, twice the size of both of them put together, and pops it up with the 6s on the button. Adam with the 7-6, and you know, if it somehow comes 6 deuce deuce or something here, it would kind of be a little bit sick, as Nemlik has really just had the better of Adam over the last couple of encounters. And a bet from Nemlik and a snap fold there. So another pot gets pushed in the direction of the chip leader, who definitely is playing an aggressive style. Whether he's picking the right hands and situations, you know, is not entirely clear, but it seems to be working for him. He seems to be picking up the hands when he needs them. He seems to be finding the big pots when he needs them as well. And yeah, ever since that 4-bet jam from the Romanian player in seat 5, whose name escapes me, it's just been clear sailing for Nemlik. So Nielsen out of the way with the Queen 3 leaves Adam to mull over his options with the 5-3 suited in the small blind. Looks like he is in fact going to complete and limp in. Suited, Nemlik doesn't seem to be hitting the brakes anytime soon. He pumps that one up to 450, and Adam deciding to see a flop. You see, or is that him completing the small? Yeah, there we go. He does elect to see a flop. So off to another quite actually large pot by this point. 1.1 million in there. Adam with 4.7 behind, and in 10-9. Goes check, and Nemlik just taking that one down on the turn. Nemlik with the sixes electing not to open now. He's really mixing it up here. Seems to like to play these kind of pairs passively, but everything else just gets sent down. Nielsen with the incognito hand in the big blind. Going check, check. Turn, pretty good card for Nemlik. Less thing to worry about. Looks like he's bet 300k, gets a very quick call from Nielsen, and now on the river, the 8 completing, meaning that Nemlik is basically playing the board with the 6 high. And what's Nielsen got? Is that an ace? Ace 3. Yeah, so that quick call, again, just showing some weakness there. If you really have a hand that's any good, would you consider raising? Would you consider your options a little bit before calling? I think the calling is one of those old classic kind of strong means weak. You know, I'm calling. Nothing's going to let me lose this pot, mate. But what it really means is I don't really want to see you put another chip into the pot, because that would be that would not be something I want to see. So just another thing to look out for, and another thing exemplified and displayed on show in these sort of live mid-stakes, live low-stakes final tables. Seeing a lot of things you can learn from for your own play coming up at the Banco Casino. Nielsen with 9-7 suited on the button. He's certainly been on the tighter side, but I think you got to start battling now. This chip leader, Nemlik, is kind of running away with it, so you can't just like roll over and die. We're three-handed. Playing 2-card poker, chances are your opponents are both going to have some rather rubbish hands. And so ace-5 here, actually a very strong hand, 3-handed. Any ace really is pretty strong, just the ability to flop top pair. But ace-5 with the spade and heart combination, if Nielsen does in fact find a c-bet, he's probably going to be able to take this one down. Just about any size should do the job. doesn't have any immediate equity, which is why he does look a little bit overwhelmed by the flop in some ways, and these flops do tend to kind of slow people down. They're much more locked down in their texture, where it's fairly easy for someone to have the hand locked up, and just tougher to bluff, because I think people find it a little bit more difficult to find those kind of counterintuitive plays when the board when there's a flush possible. Because I think what's ringing in the back of their heads, I think, well, I may just be dead. So 3 left. Nemlik picking up another pot there, just kind of coasting his way to the win, it looks like, at the moment. Adam, as you can see from his demeanor or from his body language, he's just a little bit more slouched now. He doesn't look as though he's completely engaged compared to before, and that is something to do with the way that the deck has turned against him. Had a great start on the final table, was the chip leader until 3 or 4 left. Now just seems a little bit more nonchalant, a little bit more on the relaxed side of things, I think, and certainly something that he wants to look for in future when he plays a big final table. So Nemlik here, we're in the small blind flops flush draw, and nothing for Nielsen in the big, apart from a weak backdoor type stuff. The 3 of clubs on the turn, and it really is just the Nemlik show at this point, isn't it? Does find a flop check with a flush draw, so I don't think Nielsen's going to think that he's going to be dead an awful lot here, but he doesn't really have much immediate equity, or much equity that he's going to be comfortable playing here. A very weak flush draw, nothing really else. Yeah, he just kind of lets it go, and I think that is very reasonable. Gets shown the good news. Good fold, sir. You were in fact drawing Dedovich. And the Nemlik show rolls on. You're running good, you're running good. And it's a great feeling, and it's especially a good feeling when you start doing it deep into a tournament, because that is when you're playing for all the money. Four deuce off. I don't think we're going to see him win this pot somehow. Takes a mini break. Nielsen now left to fight over the scraps with Adam in the big blind, Adam Carmen. So Queen 10 suited. Looks like he could be opening. That 30 big blinds effective here, 32 big blinds. Not the most comfortable player post-flop, it's apparent. Another fairly small raise to 355 at the 160k big blind level. It's going to do an awful lot, just not really getting many folds from better hands. It's an easy decision for Adam there to continue with most of the hands that gets dealt. And facing that second check now, Carmen kind of interested, picks up a gut shot. Pretty nice one to bluff with. You've only got 5 high, facing a very weak range. Nielsen doesn't seem to be the sort of player that's going to be mixing in many strong hands whilst checking twice out of position blindly blind. Does have a gut shot and an overcard. I don't think he can fold to 1 bet. He may do though. Wow, yeah. So Adam just kind of running him over a little bit there. Exploitatively thinking, well, you're going to check to me twice, I might as well just size up here, really apply the pressure. And even a hand like Queen 10, which is probably one of the strongest hands that Nielsen checks twice, finds the folds. So it might just be getting folds out of absolutely everything there with the small size up. Nice play there from Adam. Gets himself a little bit of momentum now heading into the final 3 once again, as we are in the business stage of the Slovak Poker Championship here at the Banco Casino. Another pot there for Nemlik, who increases his chip lead 26 million now. The other players have about 11 million combined. So now Nemlik in the small blind, Queen 5 off. Again with this sort of like 2.5x UVB. I think we should see Nielsen shove here. It's a pretty easy one to find. Nemlik has basically been attacking him in almost every pot they've played. I think, yeah, he should be happy to find the all-in here. Does indeed. Good stuff. Gets us nut fold as he's just going to get so often. And there is this concept called the raise fold gap on final tables, and that's where you kind of leave yourself a little bit exposed sometimes, because you're going to raise an awful lot of hands as a chip leader or as someone applying a lot of pressure, but you're also just going to have to fold the majority of them when you face counter aggression. So there are situations in which it can be profitable to shove almost any 2 cards because the chip leader is compelled to open the situation, but also not fancying a call for the majority. Emily there with another raise and take. Both players on around 5 million chips. Nielsen with the 3 deuce off. I think we'll be done there. And Carmen folds as well, so just 4 chips. And as you can see there, Nemlik hosting the highest VPIP and most raises, which from anyone who's seen much of the final table isn't hard to believe when he's 3-betting 5-4 off from small blind versus second in chips. He's definitely played a fearless style. He's tried to find any spot he can to apply pressure on his opponents, and that's worked pretty nicely for him so far. Here we go. Adam opening the button with the King Deuce suited, matched by a call from Nemlik in the small blind. Yeah, quite like that. He's just got a little bit too much to jam, although jamming is also an option. But the hand does play multi well. Just dominate a lot of the stuff that the big blind is going to overcall with. And it's 2 clubs versus 4 hearts, and the flop is heart, heart, club. So Adam taking a nice lead here with the king high flush draw, checking back with the deuce. I don't mind it at all. Jack on the turn, and sees Nielsen take the lead with his Jack 3 of hearts. Gives Nemlik a gut shot as well. Carmen has to kind of get out of the way. And a lovely move there. As Carmen there cannot call off the jam. I mean, the jam is obviously absurdly big, but I'm trying to see what he's thinking. He's thinking, well, I'm never dead against anything here. Top pair, got the flush draw. Don't want to see any more. Come on in. Jack 9 suited. Going to open it up, and Carmen there in the big blind has his opponent right where he wants him for now. Dominated. 9 high board could be interesting. It isn't. It's going to be a a king 8-4 with 2 diamonds, 1 club. Nemlik having some nice backdoor options. Good cards for down. And unfortunately, Carmen there just not quite good enough of a backdoor to continue. Maybe if he had the queen of diamonds instead of the 9, you'd stick around for 1. But the Nemlik show just marches on. Also now finally gets a hand that's playable for him. 5s on the Buton. Next to go for a 350 raise, fair enough. And looks like Adam's interested in the small blind. 3-9 off. Still think this is going to be a little wide. Definitely don't want to jam. Peeling doesn't seem great because if you fold, then you might induce some kind of collision between second in chips and the chip leader. So that kind of button versus big blind, yeah, nice fold. You just don't really want to get in the way of these two potentially playing a pot. And if Nemlik busts your opponent, you just make, I think, 8k instantly. Nimlik did end up coming into the defend with the 6-2 off. That just seems absolutely wild. And Nielsen here just doesn't want to play post flop at all, does he? Just again, just ripping it in with 5s and 7-3-3. Just doesn't want to have any tough decisions. Says to himself, look, I've got the 5 of hearts. I've got basically what should be the best hand on this board the majority of the time. I'm just going to rip it. I really don't want to be put to a tough decision. And fair enough, it worked for him on this occasion, but something I wouldn't recommend, that's for sure. He's 8 for Carmen on the button. Doesn't want to be jamming at the stack depth yet. Still got plenty of chips to play with, 25 bigs or so. And Nemlik, I think he's going to lay the gauntlet down here. And Nemlik with an unknown hand deciding to come in for a 3-bet to 4.1 million, essentially putting Adam at risk. And this is a very uncomfortable spot to be in. Ace-8, you know, based on what we've seen from Nemlik so far, could well be good enough. But I think with how skilled of a player he is, and you know how kind of weak the third opponent is, he will just allow Nemlik to take that one and fight another day. Nemlik, Jack 7 of clubs, don't see any reason why he's going to take his foot off the gas. Does indeed open it up, and he's getting almost into the territory where he can start just jamming a lot here, and Adam not going to want to take any risks with the pocket tens, just going to jam it in. Yeah. Good stuff, and gets the snap fold. Nielsen on the button with the King 4. We're going to see him play this pot. I think he wants to allow the other two guys to play. Again, that kind of concept of taking away those kind of bottom opens and allowing your other two opponents to collide is going to benefit you as a medium to short stack. Especially in a free-handed situation, because you know it's going to be a wide range versus wide range situation. Chips are going to go in quite easily with a weaker holding than normal, and just allowing And Nemlik, the chance to bust Carmen is going to be huge for him. So, wants to play a bit tighter. And Carmen there taking it down with a stab on the turn with his 4-3. A little bit unorthodox, and does get Nemlik just to fold third pair, which is surprising as well. Should be seeing a little bit more resistance there. Blind be blind, lots of potential hands that Adam could pick up, just a jack, a 9x even as a gut shot, some kind of flush draw. So could be wanting to just to see one there. I'm looking the small blind now, 25 million, definitely going to want to open it up. Continues to go for this kind of 2.5 sizing. 4-2 soft, not really going to be able to do too much about it, says Nielsen. And both players happy to show each other what they had. It's all getting a little bit friendly, couple of guys down the local snooker club type thing, but we're playing for 30 bags, guys, come on. People want to get the information, they can have a look at the stream. Although it's, you know, it's good for the game. It keeps the atmosphere joyous. You see a couple of laughs being shared by them, but no real need to share the whole card information. Queen 9 off for Nemlik on the button. Makes it 400k. Just targeting some snap folds. Just another hand that he can easily open. Not going to be worried about too much. Not going to see too much aggression against him. 10-9 off for Adam. Easy defend. And once again, he is in a dominated situation versus his, you know, arch nemesis Nemlik. Who does flop the best of it once again, and it's an unfortunate one for Adam because he's got himself a gut shot with the backdoor flush draw. I don't think he's going to be able to fold to one bet. Let's see what the sizing is from Nemlik. 400k, kind of chunky really. Might just be because of the, you know, there's a couple of gut shots there, there's a couple of flush draws that could be out there. Maybe he wants to start getting value from a 3 or an 8 straight away, rather than see some kind of dicey turn card arriving. Let's see what's in store for us on the turn. Adam just mulling over his options. I think he's going to continue in some form. Does he have the room for a check raise here? That's probably the question, isn't it? You know, if he made it like 950 to 1.15, that would really reduce the SPR to about 1 on the river. If that, actually. Let's go for the 975, and Nemlik just says, look, whatever you're up to, mate, I'm not buying it, I'm all in, and just another tough blow for Adam there, who has not been able to get anything going against Nemlik over the last hour or so, just been chipping away. Every time he's made a move, he's run into a very strong hand in Nemlik's range, and Nemlik here with just bulldozing this final table. Nothing either of his opponents can really do about it. He's made hands, he's made counterintuitive bluffs that have kind of backdoored into something. It's just been one of those kind of runs of cards that you really dream of as a poker player on a final table, playing for some significant pay jumps. And look at that, 170 big blinds, playing 33 and 16. He's got one hand on the trophy. Let's see if he can close it out, shall we? Over to Adam in the small blind. Easy shove with the pocket fours. The Jack 9 of Nemlik, I don't think he's going to look this one up. It's about, what is it, 15 bigs? Yeah, just slides him in the muck. Rather on the bottom with the ace-6. Another hand that he could definitely jam. Might I like to min-raise? Yeah, I like the shove. I think that you can just take the ace for this amount of chips, especially as the shorter stack. You can just push chips if you want and not be too worried about it. He also has got a super aggressive opponent in the small blind that he's up against. Doesn't really want to get into a tangly war with him, gets jammed on by a weaker hand, something like a King 8, King 9 suited or something, ends up having to call or fold, and kind of the onus is on him then. But just jamming denies any of those kind of plays from your opponents and just often takes down the pot. And I think the main thing that Nemlik wants to take into consideration now is, yes, he has run really hot for the past few hours and things have definitely gone his way and he has most of the chips in play. However, you don't want to force the issue. You've got yourself into a position where you can apply a lot of pressure to your opponents, you can win a lot of pots uncontested. That is true, but you do want to still show somewhat restraint when you can. Quite easy just to start opening every hand, 3-betting all the time, and kind of then you're playing a little bit too aggressive and it's easy to your opponents to counter it. So Nielsen opening to 450, Nemlik in the big blind has just absolutely nothing. He's going to fold, and Carmen with the ace-jack. We bet jams, and it's going to be an all-in confrontation here. Ace-jack for Adam Carmen, and ace-6 off for Nielsen. Finds the raise call. Adam in the dominating situation. Can Nielsen find the 6? And it is 2 clubs. That gives Nielsen some, on 7-6-4, some backdoor straight, backdoor flush. Obviously still has the bare 6 as well to boot. So a lot of potentially interesting turn cards, the 9 of spades not being one of them. Now just the 6 and the 6 only for Nielsen to eliminate Carmen from the tournament, and the river is a 7. So ace-jack holds up to 6.3 million and Nielsen down to 2.8. in 63, playing 39 and 17 now. Carmen with that double up gets him to within still less than a quarter of Nemlik's stack, but fighting chance nonetheless. First for 30k, second for 20.5, and third is 13.5. So pay jumps of 7 and then 9.5k. Three for Nielsen, probably going to see a fold. And a little bit of momentum swaying in Adam Carmen's direction, who's definitely been, I think, the most impressive player ability-wise on the FT. Played most of his situations really well. All in at risk, Queen 10 facing Ace Deuce. Off we go to the flop. 10 for Nielsen gives him a great start. Nemlik with maybe a little bit of a wide call there with the ace. Queen almost wraps it up. It's going to need to be a king and a king only for Nemlik to get into the heads up situation versus Adam Carmen, and it's the 7, so double up for Nielsen there. He gets up to 5.8 million. Nemlik there, taking the chance, taking the gamble, doesn't quite pay off in this on this occasion as he doubles up Nielsen. So and he now has two guys on a kind of a similar stack, but still a dominating chip lead. So not the worst spot to be in, that's for sure. And as Nielsen stacks those chips, 5.8, he's basically in tied second place with Carmen, both on 36 and 39 big blinds respectively, and Nemlik still with that dominating chip lead and well over half the chips in play. We saw a lot of quick and flurried exits at the start of our final table, and things have died down a little bit somewhat as the stacks get deeper now. Should be a lot more post-flop play, which is kind of what we're looking for. It's a lot more fun to watch. And 8s for Adam Carmen on the button. Now on the 200k big blind level, 100k, 200k. He's going to pop it up. Nemlik not going anywhere with his 9-6 suited and the small blind, fancies appeal there. Piece for both players, and Carmen flopping that overpair. He's going to be coming for a fairly large bet here. His hand does need a lot of protection. He's not even got a backdoor flush draw, but he's going to have the best hand the majority of the time. And yeah, you do see a nice size up from him there. 7 million into a pot of about 1.3. He goes just over half and gets quite a quick call from top pair there, Nemlik. And should be interesting turn card as now Adam picks up an open-ender. He blocks 9-8. Oh, and that's a rough run out there as Nemlik actually rivers the 9-high straight. Adam with the pocket 8s, rivering a set, and he's just not going to be able to fold this, I don't think. It would be a very impressive fold if he does. But just another situation in which Nemlik has got himself out of jail. This would be a world-class laydown versus just a half-pot bet, but I just don't think we can fold. Hoping to see a missed flush draw, hoping to see Nemlik maybe turn a hand like ace-3 into a bluff, and Adam just can't quite believe it. He's just like, what the hell do I have to do to beat this guy? 9-6 suited? God. You can see the frustration kick in there, a little wince of, roll of the head, and a shake of it as well, just to say, my God, man, this is getting ridiculous. And he does move himself down into that danger zone now. 19 big blinds. Nemlik there raking in another pot and just has had Adam's number all day. It's been a little bit uncomfortable to watch, actually. He's been running so good in some spots. Nemlik with the incognito hand, can't see what he's got, but he's not going to get any action from Carmen here, just with the 4 high. Shows the ace as well. Adam won't be surprised to see that. He's been getting absolutely mullered by Nemlik from Israel in seat 7. And it's just a case in when you're in this situation on a final table of trying to do the best you can, trying to survive, trying to hang on in there, trying not to lose too much to a guy that can't seem to miss a board. And when you start to play, short-handed versus these types of players, it is very difficult because you feel like the world is against you. But hey, you're in the last three of a, pretty big field tournament, still playing for chunks of money. Now is the time to keep your head together and do the best you can. Nemlik with the king 6, deciding to limp this one. Nielsen 10-3 suited, just flicks it in as if to say, well, let's get this one over and done with. Go and bust the other guy over there and leave me to it. 5-5-3, piece for Nielsen with the pair. Looks like Nemlik's decision is just to kind of bet as many boards as he can. And yeah, don't see a reason why not. It's a pretty dry board. 9 of spades on the turn. Are we going to see another barrel? No. Nemlik not really with any real equity to work with here with his king 6-7 on the river. Doesn't change an awful lot apart from give Nemlik a blocker to the 6-4 straight. And looks like he is going to find a bet here. Just kind of throws one out there. 400k, doesn't get the job done. And Nielsen there stations down with the bottom pair and takes that one down. Just a little bit of an uncommitted size from Nemlik. Facing that check back from your opponent, he was correct in identifying that maybe his hand wasn't that strong, but with such a small sizing, just not really applying enough pressure there on the second in chips. E6 Nemlik, easy button open in this situation, and King 8 for Carmen. That's actually kind of an interesting hand because you are ahead of an any 2 opening range, and it's basically going to be any 2. I don't think I would shove though. The hand just isn't quite strong enough, so calling does seem like the option. Plays kind of well post flop at a short stack depth. It's going to flop. If you do flop a pair, it's going to be mostly top pair. And unfortunately, he completely misses once again, and Nemlik just takes it down with the worst hand. He definitely the flop. So more woes for Carmen there. Nothing that he could really do. Didn't even get a backdoor flush draw, although at that depth, probably wouldn't be continuing with the 8 of spades, just the king. It looks like Nielsen's actually taking a rest. He's got better things to do than play for 30,000 euros, it would seem. Which allows Adam to give Nemlik the walk here, and yeah, Nemlik is saying, well, you snooze, you lose, buddy. Get that blind and ante, and we're playing for it. Wherever Nielsen's been, he's back in the mix now. Lost a little bit of his stack, and Adam is the guy under the cosh here. Got the seating positions wrong. It looks like he's actually the big blind, so it's going to be first to act for Nemlik. Yeah. And Adam has 16 big blinds here. Any ace versus a guy who's been aggressive, and a guy in a situation like Nemlik's is just going to see an all-in. Yeah, nice play. Nice play. It's so easy to miss these jams. You know, you're on a big final table, up against a guy that's opening very wide. And Nemlik does decide to raise call, the ace-8 off, identifying that Adam is going to be a strong enough player to find the rejams from all of the Broadways and the worst ace-X. And that's a nice raise call, and he's going to be in a commanding situation. And the way it's been going for Carmen, you've got to think that Nemlik is going to hold here. It's just been an absolute mauling over the past couple of hours. I don't think he's won a pot. That is an interesting flop, though. Backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw, and some opportunities for Carmen. He can't really see much of a better, can't expect to see much of a better flop than that. The deuce gives him a gut shot, but also means that if he doesn't hit, he is going to be out the tournament. And the jack seals the deal there for Nemlik with the ace-8. And Adam Carmen, who came in with the dominating chip lead into the final table. As I said earlier, this is just how it can go in tournament poker. You know, you get yourself into a great situation, and then you just lose every hand versus a specific opponent. He ends up taking the big chip lead into the heads up, and you're left on the way to the cashier desk in third. Unlucky, sir. Well played and good run. And we're going to take a short break. Be back very shortly.
Welcome back to Banco Casino. I'm joined by the legend Fedor Holtz. How are you doing?
Hey, pretty good. Having fun.
Yeah?
Yeah, for sure.
I wanted to ask you about that spot with the Jack 10 where you raised the river there. Was there some live tells going on with that hand?
No, I just thought it's good enough for value against Reiner, so
Yeah?
Yeah.
A little bit of a capped range with the small sizing?
exactly.
Yeah, okay. Well, interesting, because a couple of guys on the Twitch chat were asking about that one. Aside from that, how are you finding Bratislava?
Oh, I mean, we're having a really, really good time here, so I'm loving it. Yeah.
And you think you'll be coming back in the future?
Most likely. I mean, it's close to Vienna, so I think everyone is having a really good time here. So.
And so what's your involvement with Poker Code at the moment? Are you one of the coaches? It must be a lot of work.
Full time. So yeah. I'm one of the head coaches, and then also operationally as CEO. So lots of. I mean, it's basically my full-time job right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And aside from that, with the mental, you have the app as well, Prime Mind?
Yeah. Actually, our partner Elliot, like my coach, they're doing that full-time. So yeah, that's also running well. It's
We
good.
can be expecting to see you playing a lot of online and live as well, or is that less time for that these days?
Less online, I think. I mean, the bigger stuff, yeah, for sure. But I mean, in the week, it's just I'm too busy with Poker Code. But live, I'm looking forward to. I mean, this is fun and
It's great, right? I've met so many people that I know them online and I've seen their name, and it's just it's surreal. In terms of the Grindhouse too that you've got going on, how are these guys getting on? Are they doing well?
Oh man, it's I mean, it's just 2 weeks now, but it's amazing. It's really nice to to see them thrive, and like they're excited, there's this energy, and let's see let's look again in 3 months, 6 months, like.
And you wanted to bring them here just to give them a taste of what they're in for.
I mean, yeah, they gotta get in the live streets, and obviously also improve online. But then, I mean, I think live poker is a nice balance. You always have something where you can come together. It's also nice because they can share, like travel to spots. You always have good people around you.
I was speaking to Kate, and she said it was really only just a concept for some online training content last year, and it's kind of evolved into something more. So what's next for Poker Code?
I mean, lots of ideas, and we try some concepts. We see what works, and then we evolve. So we definitely want to build out the online community.
Yeah.
I mean, community is our #1 thing.
Yeah,
So anything around improving the experience for people within poker, like that's our credo. That's our mission. Is we just want to make poker a fun experience for everyone.
Yeah.
So like an event like this, I don't want 90% of the people to leave and be like, I lost money. It's more like 100% of the people leaving like, wow, this was an amazing event. That's our goal.
Yeah. Rather than the bad beat story from the main or whatever.
Exactly.
Yeah. And obviously a couple of the high stakes players in the 550 as well, which is great for recreationals because you don't really get the chance to play for anywhere under, like a 5,000 buy-in with you and us, or Stefan, and they're all in on the bubble as well earlier on.
I also think it's a nice mix. It's not that it's all pros, but it's like you have the occasional pro that's just in there. Like I saw they're bantering and they're talking to people, and it's kind of fun, but also it's a lot of players who just play for fun and have a good time.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thanks for the interview, mate.
Sure.
Good luck on the FT.
See you.
Cheers. Hello, welcome back to Banco Casino, joined by Rainer Kempe here, online and live professional. How's it been going so far?
Oh, the trip has been nice. Like poker-wise, it's been fairly disastrous, or as disastrous as it can be. But like outside of that, it's a smooth, fun, short trip for me. Nice to be back at playing live poker after.
Was it the first live event you've been to since the lockdown?
Since like February of 2019, was it?
Wow.
Yeah,
Okay.
so.
And how many bullets did you fire in the main, but going on behind us?
I got 2 in the main, 2 in the high roller, and I think there weren't that many other tournaments, right?
No,
so
no,
that's
exactly. And giving up on the high roller now?
they made me give up.
Really?
There's only a single re-entry, yeah. So
Yeah. Okay. Unfortunate.
decision is made for me.
And what was the bust out hand?
I got a 9s, 2 aces, an ace jack suited, 2 ace king suited. So yeah, those are fairly unfortunate. Nothing much I could have done, I believe, in these ones.
Yeah, I saw you had a couple of unfortunate spots. I think Kate decided to randomly bluff you as well. Did you see that? Do you remember that hand? Did she tell you?
That's a couple of my friends apparently enjoyed that hand, so I got like a couple of messages about that. Yeah, nice, fair play, nicely done by her. Like
Yeah, exactly. An interesting combo to choose. No backdoor equity, but
spot.
just didn't fancy you for anything.
2 overcards in the backdoor straight. It's not even the worst one. Probably. If there was a backdoor flush with it, it might even be the one.
If it's nice there, yeah, for sure. And so what's next for you? And what's your involvement with the Poker Code guys?
No, I mean, I'm friends with a bunch of them, obviously, good friends with Fedor. My involvement is just showing up, basically, and like for the rest of the trip, my plans are probably mainly outside of poker. Just like there's a soccer tournament tomorrow, there's like a players party tonight, like these kind of things. Like good chance I won't touch cards anymore this trip.
No. And in terms of next, is it over to Millions in Cyprus or?
No, I'm skipping that because there's like a friend's wedding or something. Yeah, and then we'll see if we get to go to Vegas. Right? Well, it seems like there's still a few potential issues, but yeah, if I can go, I probably go for at least some of the.
So just focusing mostly on live, or are you playing much online as well? Because obviously it's the W Coupe final weekend.
I've been having a couple of lazy 24 months, kind of. Yeah, I played some Sundays. Yeah.
And any good results?
Like okay-ish, I guess. Nothing that really stands out. But like I guess I'm up overall, which is not.
That's ideal, right? Yeah, it's pretty tough competition these days when everyone's been locked down running sims. So the football tournament, who's the favourites?
It's probably the grindhouse guys like Mario Mosbeck and them, because they all went like semi-professional soccer before they turned to poker, and those will be the team to beat. But I actually like our chances as well. We have a pretty solid team. You gonna follow?
Yeah. What time is it?
Early afternoon, I assume.
Okay. Yeah, I'll be there for sure.
Should be a good tournament. There's some good people showing up.
So outside of the casino happenings, plenty going on, the players' party tonight and the football tournament. Wish you the best of luck in that.
Thank you. Thanks
so much.
That's for sure. We'll just see which continent. Yes, thank you. I sent the service over.
Can I make one picture of you? We'll stand there and we'll shake hands.
Hello and welcome back for coverage of the now heads-up battle for the Slovak Poker Championship main event. Nemlik, who's been on an absolute tear, just destroying everyone in his path on 149 big blinds, and Nielsen in second place on 27. And that is going to be just about a 5.5 to 1 chip lead advantage for Nemlik. And they're going to get things going. Looks like they're playing for the watch and the trophy. No deals currently been discussed. So we'll be getting things underway shortly. And that's what's in play. Raymond VL watch is one of the prizes for the winner. Nemlik with the King Jack, opening it up and receiving a call from the 10-3 of Nielsen. Expecting to see him deep at the hand that week, especially versus that 2.5x open sizing, but let's go check on the flop. Nemlik did have the backdoor flush draw, but again, just a board that didn't really hit him that well, although it's heads up. And go for a stab here, but you know, betting king high here isn't really going to achieve too much. And does go for the delayed bet versus the double check and takes it down. Wilson now with Queen Jack on the button. Opening to the 2.5. My apologies. Opening into the blind 2.5x to go. See a check on the flop. I like this sneaky check from Nielsen. He's got the board locked up against lots of hands, like you're seeing here. Just 2 undercards, just can't really improve. So allows Nemlik to turn a piece of the board. Manages to glean 600k of value that he wouldn't have got if he'd have bet the flop. So nice play. Improves to lovely little straight as well. Nimlik here with the club blocker, never going to be good at showdown with the with the bottom pair of threes. So mulling his options over. Thought he was considering a check jam there, maybe turning his 4 of clubs into some sort of wild bluff, but not to be done. Nemlik now with the king queen. We'll hand to look down at heads up. Just flops a lot of top pairs. Gets. And Nielsen with the very playable 9-7 off as well. Probably going to want to enter the pot. Decent flop for Nemlik here, but does elect to check it back. He's either kind of miles ahead or miles behind. Doesn't mind peeling off a free turn card for his opponent to try and improve. These kind of hands that you're going to see in a lot in the big blind defense. Offsuit, middling kind of stuff. He's got basically dead. Goes to check back and that's the turn, and nothing to be done there for Nielsen, who just lets go of his 9 high. Nemlik once again happy to show his opponent what he's up to. Nielsen here with the Queen 8 suited. Opens it up to 500k. Queen 9 suited for Nemlik, so we could be seeing some fireworks here on a Queen high board. Maybe 9 high with some diamonds, 8 high with some hearts, and both players flopping straight draws here. that bet is faced by a call. Turn 4. Let's see if Nilsson's got the cojones to go for it. And boy, he just shoves. My word. That is definitely having the cojones. Fair play, sir. Nilsson here has been a bit of a box of frogs. We've seen some quite passive stuff from him. We've seen some quite loose stuff, and that was a ballsy play there. Guess he figured, well, I got the double gutter, and I don't quite put him on much of a hand on this kind of board. Into the river in this one there, not really much apart from Nilsson now rivering the bet. And probably just going to see a bet and a quick call from Nemlik. He's going to get shown the bad news there as the tide is swinging certainly in Nilsson's favour. Who gets himself up to, I believe, around 9 million. 8 million, so 40 big blinds. I think he came into the heads-up match with just under 30, so a nice gain from him, moving in the right direction. And it looks like we've got a little bit of a match on our hands now. Relatively deep stacks. And look on the button opening the 10-6, running straight into the ace-king of Nilsson in the big blind. Seems like kind of a trigger-happy player. I wouldn't be surprised just to see him shove here. I don't think he likes having tough decisions post-flop. And for what it's worth, obviously shoving would be a fatal error heads up. It's just too strong of a hand to waste in that fashion. You're just going to get a snap fold most of the time. And how much is that? Maybe 2 million? 2.2, yeah. So it was a bit of a bomb. But, you know, not the worst. the river here, and Nielsen improving to king, facing Nemlik up against the 2-pair, ace-7. And that does look like a river check raise from Nemlik, and Nielsen firing it out there on the turn with basically nothing. Improving to a king, then going for the downsize. Again, that kind of sizing tell that we've been looking at that's been kind of consistent across this final table. When people size down in live poker, and you know, in a lot of forms of poker, in comparison to their bet sizing on the previous street, usually does seem that they, you know, kind of think their hand is decent, but they don't really want to commit to it enough. So usually means that a nice counter against that is just finding some aggression. Finding situations where you can put them under a lot of pressure, and Nemlik did have the hand in this situation, but just food for thought. On the button with the 7-2 off, I think this might be one we see him fold. You're not really supposed to fold many hands on the button with the big blind ante. Quite incentivized to play lots of pots, but I think you can get rid of the, you know, the 7 deuce, the deuce 3, the deuce 4, the deuce 5, the deuce 6. Those kind of junky hands can make it into the fold. But almost every other hand is something that you want to play just because you're getting such a good price. 100, 200, 200 big blind ante. You've got a complete 100 to have a chance of winning a 600k pot. So it does mean that you are kind of incentivized to enter pots. And I think a nice way of balancing the fact that you are limping so many hands is to chuck some good hands in there and just have a strategy of limping as much as possible. Fairly inconsequential hand gets checked down, and the king high of Nemlik is going to take that one down. He now pulls towards getting that second hand on the trophy. He's had one hand on the trophy for the last good few hours. Just a question of whether he can see it out. And Nielsen there, again folding, cranky hand, was dominated in that situation. King 3 going to come in for a limp. Fair enough. And snap folds versus, I don't know how much Nielsen made it. Yeah, 800k. What goes to the full 4x. So now Nemlik with the aces, and Nielsen deciding to ISO his limp very large. So Nemlik in a powerful position now, 5.4 million behind, 1.6 million in there, and fortunately for Nemlik, Nielsen waving the white flag. It's a quick check back. I love the way how Nemlik has played this hand. Quite like to see another check. Not really anything to protect against. I think flush draws or even gut shots or even anything of any kind of merit are going to consider some other line. Or at least would consider some sort of bet, and you know, like when he's just checking like that, snap check, snap check, snap check after a huge ISO. Critical weakness. So I think could have been nice really to find that next check. It's quite difficult. It's, you know, to keep sitting on your hands and keep sort of getting into that spot. It's just like, right, well, check one more time, because you don't get aces heads up very often, so you do kind of feel like you're obliged to try and drive the size of the pot upwards. But it's not always the best decision. So, Queen 9 offs. Next, that one down. And Nemlik there getting punished on Queen 4 off open, straight in from the King 9 of Nielsen. Back, so it's a bit of a back and forth effort here. 29 million playing 6.3 as we look to crown the champion of the Slovak Poker Championship here at Banco Casino. And unfortunately, another strain of COVID sweeping across Central Europe has left us a little bit unsure of when our next major tournament series is going to be. So for the meantime, enjoy the last bit of tournament action you have for you while you can. So Jack 3 off is going to limp in, Ace King is going to be a clear ISO, and just going to be a snap fold there, not enough to work with. And not a lot for either player on this board. 9 up against 10-8. And it's going to be a question of who wants it the most, and it's going to decide who takes down the pot. Nemlik coming out with a pretty meaty bet on the turn and gets it done. Nice play from him, finds a fairly counterintuitive bluff, just deciding, hey, I don't think my opponent's going to check back a strong hand enough of the time for me to be worried about not just firing at it, and that logic holds true. Oh, and we just see the flash of the king there from the big blind as Nemlik folded the 9-3 off. That's brutal, especially when you're up against a chip leader who's been running good for the last few hours. It's very frustrating, and especially to know that you don't get any action. Straight back in the mix with pocket 8s here. Raises to 400, Nemlik. The ace-2 suited, just electing to call. Can shove, but I don't mind just peeling the suited ones. They play quite well post-flop. And not a bad board for both players, to be honest. 8s on this board should be feeling pretty good about their hand. And yeah, it does go for the street of value on the turn. Ace high sticking around 5 on the river. Probably just going to go check. So an ISO from Nielsen here, and Nemlik with the Queen 5. It's not the worst hand, really. Heads up, high card, low card. Wow, he decides to turn it into a bluff. Goes for the 3-bet to 1.8 million. Really ramping up the aggression here, and Nielsen now kind of in a weird spot. Thinking, well, I was ISO in my hand because I thought it's going to be best heads up, and now I'm facing this, and I really have no idea what to do. I haven't really seen any of this limp raising so far, so it definitely throws a spanner in the works. And you may feel like he wants to call or lay his hand down, shoving. I mean, all options are on the table here, and he does just let it go, just giving that first light 3-bet or 3-bet spot a little bit of credit. Nemlik getting away with murder there. Taking one down, gets himself back up to around 30 million. So still on the 200k big blind and ace-10 suited for Nielsen. And I love to see that. Opens to 500, gets a snap fold from Nemlik. 10-5 off. I haven't really had a collision yet, where both players have a reasonable hand that they want to go with. It's just kind of been to me, to you, to me, to you. And here Nemlik picking up the 9s. Just as I said that, another monster hand heads up, pocket 9s. Nielsen interested, just calling with the ace-3. And the flop going check quite quickly. Nielsen picks up a pair, and Nemlik still with those 9s, just going to go for the double check. And even checks back the river as well and just picks that one up. Nielsen now down to exactly where we started in this heads-up battle. 29 big blinds, playing the infinite amount belonging to Nemlik in seat 7. Raised to 500k, quickly met by a shove from Nemlik here, and I don't think Nielsen's going to call it off with 10-8 off, so just a little bit of posturing, trying to save some face. Might just be bemoaning his luck a little bit. I think that's what most people are thinking about in this situation, and it's obviously a very clear fold. Oh, no! He's just gambling! Oh, he's had enough. He doesn't want to play the tournament anymore. He just sticks it in with 10 high. My word, what the hell are we seeing here? That is quite some punt. And Nemlik thinking, well, thanks for the donation, but, you know, it's still no limit hold'em. Am I seeing this right? There looks to be chips behind. No, we are going to the races with King Jack versus 10-8, and it's something for both players on the Jack 8-4. So still needing to fade the 10 or the 8, but one is gone. So slightly improving his position is Nemlik. Deuce on the turn doesn't help anyone, and Nielsen here, who's just raised called it off with 10-8 offsuit, deciding that he wanted to punt and just go for the jugular, and it's the 10 on the river. That is absolutely insane. What a heroic play. And it gets, you know, this is the brutality of poker, that, you know, someone can make a play like that and get rewarded for it. That was quite something. Nemlik now moving into a 2-1 chip lead, having come into the final table with 5.5 to 1. Just, you know, you can see on his eyes there, he's just thinking, what the hell was going on? Why did he do that? Why didn't I hold? And how am I still playing this tournament? That was a complete gift from his opponent. Just a reminder, they are paying for a €7,000 heads-up match here, plus a watch, which is going to be worth. So, a bizarre series of events there where Nielsen gets himself back into the swing of things, and they play 47 and 93 big blinds. But Nemlik, you know, just has to dust that bad beat off and continue. By some resistance pre-flop from Nielsen, and is going to fire 1 at this board. Ace-10 now for Nielsen. Lovely hand to pop things up on the button. Call from Nemlik, so 1.5 million in the pot, and 994 for Nemlik. So he's going to fight back here. Almost got a hammer lock on this hand, 99 playing 1% equity. Probably going to see a bet from Nielsen, and things could get really, really interesting if we saw an ace or a 10 on the turn. I love it. That little acting job there. Did you see it in the furrowed brow? The kind of wince as his opponent put chips into the pot as we see the ace on the turn. And this, wow, just a snap check back. Nielsen deciding, I don't want to go for value versus his weaker ace-x, his 4x. Pot control just in case he's got the 9, and this is going to work out well for him in this situation. Nemlik firing the river, and Nielsen bemoaning his bad luck, but I mean, he just got it in the 10-8 off for 30 big blinds, so don't think he can be too worried. And as you see there on the bottom of the screen, the Polish Poker Championship, unfortunately, due to the COVID situation, that is not helping things in Central Europe, and especially for the poker scene here at the Banco Casino, is going to have to be postponed. So that legendary tournament that for 100 euros, someone is walking away with, you know, up to 50 grand off the books at the moment, but we will update you on the Banco Casino website. You can check that out at bancocasino.sk at your leisure for the updates on that one. And Nemlik checking back as we move up to the 250k big blind level, and Nielsen back to 30 big blind. Checks back with the ace. Kind of nice to work in some check backs with aces from time to time, and just sees a bet and a fold. Ace high with a backdoor flush draw. That's Starting to see maybe some fatigue set in for the players. Clear flop continue with your ace high, with your backdoor diamonds. Maybe he's got some sort of read on his opponent. Three off for Nemlik. Looks like he wants to raise it up, or is that just a limp? Yeah, he goes to 600k. On the 250 big blind level, Nielsen with the king 7 off. Kind of cool. Don't think we're going to see him 3-bet. Cool. And the bad news for Nemlik here, as he's run into the middle pair of Nielsen. Is that a flop lead? Looks like it is. And Nemlik now seeming the one to be wearing it on his sleeve there with a loud and audible moderated thrown in the mouth. There's some playable hands here. Ace 8-6 suited and 10-7 suited. Raise and a call most likely. No, some sort of 3-bet. Yeah, I think we're just seeing players get a little bit tired. Make some plays, and especially from Nielsen, you know, the 10-8 off and now the 10-7 3-bet. And wow, what a flop. Flop. We see a pair and a flush draw for Nielsen and a pair and a backdoor flush draw for Nemlik. And it's all in and a call. And just shoves the flop, gets called by the pair. Too strong in that situation. But he has a dominating lead now, and this would be to get back in even in chips. 7 on the turn gives him 2 pairs, so it's going to be a 6 or a 9 to give the win to Nemlik, any other card, and it's going to be even Stevens. The king on the river seals the deal for Nielsen, however, and we play 18 versus 18 million at big blind 250. Extremely deep stacked heads up match now, and it's just not going in the way of Nemlik after some of Nielsen's bizarre play. I'll be back with you shortly. Just a break. And so the battle continues. Ace-8 versus the 8-6. It's easy to believe that both players might be, especially Nimlik now, a little bit riled up after the way that things have gone for him. And so a gutter ball for both players. Nielsen with the bottom, Nimlik with the top. The 4 could be a very interesting turn card. 9. Now Nimlik turning a double gutter. The 7 or the 4. Goes check, check. Surprised he doesn't find a bet there. Well, he's out of position here. He doesn't want to lead, and he's going to bet the river. And it looks like Nielsen again with this sort of uncommitted size. Already 2.5 million out there, and just not really applying pressure to much. Any kind of half hand is going to call, and does manage to get the ace high to fold though, which is a good result. Nothing now with the Jack-6. And very much the momentum heading in Nielsen's direction now. managed to get us 5.5 to 1 chip lead back to even. And some pretty spicy plays, and it's been paying off for him. I'm limping as you should with this big blind anti-structure, and unfortunately seeing a dominated 4 there in Nielsen's hand. Let's swap the best of it with the 7 though. King at 9, 7 rainbow. An okay decision to bet, okay decision to just check it back. And takes it down. Ace Jack on the button. That's a strong hand to open it up, of course. Finding the Queen 6 in Nemlik for defend. He goes check, check, Nemlik turning a gut shot. He's also got that 6 of clubs that can come in handy. Nielsen quickly defending the bet. Again, a sign of weakness. You know, quickly calling as if to say, look, I've got something. But in reality, he's just trying to dissuade any kind of river bet from going in. And Nemlik ends up giving up the Queen 6 with the 6 of clubs there, with the club rolls off. And I don't think Nielsen's the type of player that we've seen that's just going to ever check back a flush draw here, so you're going to have a huge advantage in flushes over him, and would have been a good one to find a bluff. What we've seen so far. Nielsen 9-7 on the button. Lovely hand, very playable. Opens it up, and Nemlik here Can go for a call, can go for a spicy 3-bet. Doesn't really have much post-flop playability is the only problem with these ace-x type hands, where, you know, it's kind of nice to just chuck them in your just call. Wow, but he gets the fold for such a small prize. Nielsen, who was happy to get 30 blinds in with 10-7 earlier, now with the chip lead folding to a 2.5x 3-bet in position with the 9-7 suited. It does feel like he's kind of making it up as he goes along. Nemlik here has the pre-flop lead on ace king 8. He's going to have all the stronger hands like ace king ace 8, king 8, ace ace king king, all of those types of stuff, ace 8 even, that his opponent isn't going to have. So it is a board where he can apply a lot of pressure. However, being a heads up match, you do want to refrain from overdoing it, and it's very easy to do. As you see, like, he doesn't really have any backdoor equity here. I don't think that would change him from his flop decision, but later on in the hand, just got to make sure that you don't go crazy with hands like this, or they just get bottom pair to fold. That's very interesting. So Nemlik there kind of finding a flaw in Nielsen's armor a little bit. Kind of unhappy defending those medium to weak hands, but happy to show some aggression or even overplay hands when he's got the betting lead or he's driving the action. Big bet from Nielsen, and a defend from Nemlik. I'd prefer to see a check raise here with the bottom two pair. It's not like it needs loads of protection, but I don't think Nielsen's the kind of guy to find a double barrel that often. As you see, he does just check back the gut shot. And now the hand's kind of been counterfeited, and this is what you kind of want to avoid with the bottom two pair combinations. They are a little bit more susceptible to the top card pairing, the backdoor pair, just kind of killing your hand and freezing you from being able to get that value later on in the hand. You've just got to kind of know your opponent, I think, and versus someone who's kind of passive on later streets. For the most part, probably best to just raise it now and start putting chips in the pot itself. So an open from Nielsen, 10-5 off, gets defended by the 8-6 off of Nemlik. You're going to see Nielsen fire a bet, just a snap check behind again. It's not showing much aggression whatsoever. Now checking to the river, finding a bet, just getting completely snapped off. Had so many chances to win that hand. Double barreling, betting big on the turn, big on the river. Yeah, it's interesting from someone that has kind of gambled his way back into the heads-up match. Just seems reluctant to make some fairly intuitive or just quite easy to find bluffs. You know, picking up straight draws, picking up flush draws. So 71 playing 46. Nemlik, after taking a couple of brutal hits, working his way back into the match, and still super deep stack play. We are at the 300k big blind level though, and things could change fairly quickly. He's clean for Nielsen, opening it up. And the Queen 8 of Nemlik, certainly a playable enough hand to come along for one at least. And a flop that had some potential, but the king, jack I should say, on the turn, really saving Nemlik there, as he was probably going to have to pay a couple of barrels off with middle pair in a heads-up situation, but the thought of the straight turn card just makes it easy hit for him to get away, but playing quite passively. Here we go, Nemlik with 9s on the button, facing the Jack-9 of Nielsen. Could be some kind of fireworks here. Nielsen doesn't really seem in the mood to... Ooh, yeah. Is that just a call? That is indeed just a call. So 1.9 in there. And interesting flop for both. Check from Nielsen and a bet from Nemlik, looking for some protection with his pocket 9s. Won't be getting a fold anytime soon. Might even see Nielsen turn this hand into a bluff. The open ender. Got an overcard to the 10. In worse bluffs, that's for sure. What's he going to do? 900k. Certainly not. There we go, we do get the eventual call. With the open ender, and the turn is a jack, so Nielsen now taking the lead. And goes check, check. Really able to do value. Nielsen betting the river and getting the really, I think, at this point, frustrated call from Nemlik there. Doesn't really beat an awful lot. What on earth can Nielsen have? Oh no, he did fold, sorry. I missed that, my bad. I thought that looked like he was just a nice discipline later. Yeah, I mean, he probably agreed with me. Nothing really seems like it can find a bluff on that one. So, things continue here at the Banco Casino and going deep into the night. And Nemlik hasn't been able to send the finishing blow to his opponent. Oh my god, what a hand we have here. Quads versus top two. And Flop gets check raised. Nemlik just peels with the bottom set. Nielsen betting 3.5. I think has played just to see another call here, nothing else to do. You've got flush draws completely dead. Best thing he'd want is to see a 10 or a 5. He doesn't. And the river. 5 still playing. It's kind of difficult to put your opponent on much with a 3 that often. As Nielsen, who's obviously raised the flop, and he's going to go for one more. He's getting a little bit thin by this point, though, because the most likely hand is and you just can't write it in terms of dream scenarios. for Nemlik, flopping bottom set, turning that into quads on the turn, facing another bet, and he's going to go for the jam. And Nielsen here with 6.7 million behind, that's around about 20 big blinds. Don't think he's ever going to find his opponent bluffing in this situation. What even is a bluff here? They've bet called you on the flop, called the turn, and they've jammed over your river bet. It's going to be a flush at minimum, I believe, and I don't think there's even a hand like 6-7, which is a straight even knocking around. Maybe a hand like Ace 9 with the Ace of Hearts, Ace 7 with the Ace of Hearts, Ace 6 with the Ace of Hearts. But I mean, it'd still be a crazy situation. And just not a lot of chances of that in comparison to all of the value hands. Mostly flushes when you have 10-5, just blocking so much of the board. Difficult for your opponent to have a boat aside from 4-4 with the four of hearts. It's kind of conceivable. Still mulling it over. He should have made up his mind a little while ago. This is, yeah, it would just be a crying call at best. I know that you've got top two in a heads-up situation, but what on earth can you beat here? It's like a bare ace of hearts. You might be erring on the side of folding here, doing the dance, shaking of the head, staring at his opponent, looking for some kind of information. Some hope for Nemlik there, as after his opponent seemed to be folding, he's taking another think about it. It would literally just have to be an airball with the bare ace for Nielsen to ever win this hand. Is he able to find the fold? I think he's just going to end up talking himself into a call now by the looks of the body language. Just sort of thinking, well, I've been thinking about it for a while, and there it is. There it is. Nemlik had a rough time trying to get it done. Got a couple of bad beats along the way. Does manage to take home that top prize of 30,000 euros. That's an incredible run from him. Dominated a lot of the final table. Had a lot of moments of fortune, especially versus Adam Carmen, the player who went out in third. But that's going to be it for us here today, as Nemlik Yuri from Israel takes home the Slovak Poker Championship and gets his hands on the trophy and the watch, and of course the 30,000 euros. Thank you very much everyone for tuning in. That's going to be it from us today. We appreciate you joining us here at the Banco Casino, and we will see you very soon. Thank you and goodbye. Good night.
Yeah, yeah.